describing that piece I told both her and Chris that they need to stay 8th graders for a little while longer. But neither one was really excited about that either. So without further ado, I'm going to hand you off to a few of the Bulldog Pack members.
Good afternoon. My name is Rose. I'm a student at Carver, and I will be talking about Carver Connections. Carver Connections is led by students at George Washington Carver. On this presentation, we'll cover what Carver Connections is. It is Carver's first newspaper. The newspaper showcases recent events going on throughout the school year, also how Carver is living by Carver culture.
Good evening. My name is Jimmy Meacham, and I'm in 7th grade at Carver. I'm going to talk to you about collaborations. Our school has been communicating with several different organizations and leadership groups. For example, we collaborated with the West High School journalism class for tips about starting our newspaper and podcast. The students there taught us about how being a team is a big part about getting work done and getting things produced. We have a collaboration with Hope City Church, with them being a partner in education. They helped provide our snacks for ISASP and also showed up to some of our community events. Hope City provided lunch for some of our teachers for Teacher Appreciation Week, and they served all of our teachers Hispanic food.
My name is Soraya, and I'm a 6th grader at Carver. I'm going to be talking about our Family Nights at Carver. Family Nights at Carver is an exclusive space to everyone to be involved, no matter who they are and where they're from. Some examples of our Family Nights are Black History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, and Asian Pacific Islander Night. Our Asian Pacific Islander Night is on May 15th. During the Family Night, we will have dances, food, and some people may play their instruments, like choir, band, orchestra, and yeah.
Hi, my name is Grace. I'm an 8th grader at George Washington Carver. Today I'll be talking about our ISAP scores. According to Ms. Combs, our instructional coach for Carver Coats, I can tell you that 8th grade students made amazing growth in science, math, and ELA. Shout out to our 8th grade students and teachers for taking the ISAP seriously and giving their best. Ms. Cohn continued to share 6th grade students made good growth in ELA as well. Special shout out to 6th grade students for bringing their A game. State's testing scores show how well students meet grade level standards in core subjects like math, reading, and writing.
Sports. At Carver Middle School, sports are more than just games. They reflect our shared values, school spirit, and deep-rooted Carver culture. Whether it's the roar of the crowd in the gym during a basketball game or the focused determination of the track athletes when they're at their track meet, every game and every practice is an opportunity to showcase who we are as a community. What is Carver culture? Carver culture is a way of life. Students at George Washington Carver are allowed to speak up and be able to get to do what they want to do for different activities, field trips, and other things like that. This collective provides a voice to the students who might otherwise be too intimidated to speak up. A little bit about our newspaper. We want to welcome you to Carver Connection Sports, which is information about all sports going on here at Carver. In the 7th grade football season, we did not lose a single game and went undefeated. Our team learned a lot, and we worked together to build friendships and bonds. We were happy to work together and ready to do it next year for football.
Attendance. Today at Carver, we have some news to share with all of you. Attendance is poor at school, so we need to encourage that 95% goal. At Carver, some of the prizes are students could cut Mr. Anderson's hair or bedazzle Mr. Payne and Mr. Barnett's heads. If students pass 95% goals, we could have Mr. Anderson, Mr. Barnett, and Mr. Payne take all the grades outside. We have to come to school and be good at school to pass the goals. Let's go, Carver Bulldogs.
This is our attendance featuring Mr. Payton, our head principal, and our 8th grade principal. We asked Mr. Payton what his thoughts were. He said he is excited to get his head bedazzled by students and see their creativity. Also, he said about his tattoo. He wants us to reach 95% goal before he thinks about students choosing his next tattoo. But he said if we do make that goal, he will want to see everybody's creative ideas. Attendance also featuring Mr. Barnett, our 6th grade principal. We asked Mr. Barnett about the attendance. He said the attendance is super important to students to show up to school because he wants us to succeed. Mr. Barnett has said if we secured 95% average daily attendance, I would love to get my head bedazzled. However, I'm not going to cry about not getting my head bedazzled because he really wants us to reach that goal.
Attendance featuring Mr. Anderson, 7th grade principal. Mr. Anderson said this year we set ambitious goals, reducing the number to 38%. I'm excited to share that we're ahead of that. As of today, we're sitting at 35%. That's much better and speaks to the hard work of our entire team, school. Also, his thoughts of getting his hair bedazzled is the haircut inventions. I don't know, but the one's been a fun way to get students engaged and excited about showing up to school and letting them choose their next haircut. If we hit that 95% goal, work so far.
To sum up everything, first we wanted to say thank you for having us this afternoon to see what Carver has brought to the table and to present what we have done over the school year. Therefore, thank you for listening and joining us today. Quote, opportunities don't happen, you make them. Chris Grosser. Any questions or thoughts?
Did you guys write all that?
Yes.
Great job.
So Mr. Payton talked about a few, I believe, 8th graders that, started this journey as 6th graders. So I'm going to consider you all underclassmen. You'll learn what that means as you go forward in your educational career. But what would you talk to incoming 6th graders about the opportunities and what you've been able to learn and trying to get them in hopes to get them wanting to do this, join the Carver Connections newspaper and being involved as students?
I just want to encourage them to try their best in school because everybody's selected to this group because of teacher recommendations. So without being good in class and doing their work and getting it done, they won't be in this group. And it's a really great opportunity.
So when you said students have the ability to speak up or encouraged to speak up, is that among your group, or what's the forum in which it's appropriate for students to speak up?
If anybody has any concerns or questions, we can always just take it up to Mr. Payton because we're the student voice. So we let Mr. Payton know everything that happens.
Okay, thank you.
So other students come to you guys to talk about stuff too? Does that happen very often? Yeah. Do you feel that it's been helpful to be able to do that?
Because we've had a lot of fun activities that we've gotten to do because of student recommendations.
Do you have any examples of things students have come to you for?
One example is going outside, getting able to do that after lunch. It just helps a lot, and people like to get outside.
I agree. It really does, doesn't it?
So have you enjoyed writing with the paper, all of you? Have you, anybody thought you might want to do that when you grow up now? Or has that had an influence on you?
well, or at least try it when you go to high school.
Grace, what was your favorite? We do have Grace up here, right? Right. Grace, what was your favorite part of this project, writing for the paper?
I'd say like working with others.
Oh,
The ability to like cooperate and be with others. I mean, it's just a great opportunity to take. For an example, today Tiaji, even though she's not here, she wanted us to take this opportunity to come and actually do this, and wanted to share what we do at Carver and what Carver brings, and what Carver represents. And so we just took the opportunity, all came and wanted to represent what Carver brought.
if I didn't know better talking to you, I would think you were in high school. All of you, all four of you, speak so well and present so well. You come off much older than your actual years.
That's a compliment.
Yeah.
They don't think old people are cool.
So we're also building a podcast that we have, like we're making an article. I think you have it, the paper of the article. We're kind of trying to put that in a podcast so we can, I don't know if we're live, like how, yeah. We're trying to put like student spotlights. So I know me and Rose were interviewing 6th graders and 8th graders, and we're talking to them about how they like some questions we gave to 8th graders were what advice they would give to 6th graders, like, or what they're looking for in high school with. And so we're supposed to put that into an article, and we put it in, like we put the answers and the questions in there. And then some 6th graders, we asked them questions about how they think school is going, and if like, just like random questions like about elementary school and about middle school, how they see the difference and what they like more.
You guys are doing an awesome job. Congratulations. I love the leadership, and I love that you're finding your voices at such a young age. And I hope that you can carry that on as you go on to high school and then on to college. Wonderful ideas. Can't wait to read the next edition of the Carver Connections. And I'm loving the Carver culture. Thank you so much.
And will the podcast be something that we could watch, or will it be internal within the school, or what will be the format? Do you know?
We're working on that. We just tried to get the newspaper done this year, so next year we're definitely gonna elaborate more on that.
I'll be excited to see it.
Lastly, I'd like to say great job, Carver. Each and every one of you that got up there did a great job. I see you on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the fact that I see you guys working, and they do work hard about it. They do reach out and asking questions and that kind of thing. And I just love the fact that, Peyton, you put a platform out there for students to be able to set their own destination. I mean, if we're thinking about education is about making sure we're sparking different ideas and everything. And believe it or not, Carver Connections, you're sparking ideas. You're going to have other kids look up to this and want to be part of this. This is history. This is Carver history. You should be proud of it. I'm definitely proud of it because I know you guys. So I'm definitely proud of it. So congratulations. Good job.
The word I thought of was innovative. And we don't always see that. We're starting to see it a lot more with young people. But the way you articulate, the way your mind is moving forward and being innovative, those two things together can take you places that you never could imagine that you'll go to. Like Miss board member, Director Matlock talked about. Director Matlock. I was going to use a school term, but Director Matlock mentioned beyond middle school to high school to college and beyond. So keep up the good work. Keep pushing forward. Make sure you get the rest of your student population involved, and talk about the great experiences that you've had and the collaboration that you see with your other classmates. Just keep moving forward. You guys are a bright spot in our district. So we appreciate you coming to share with us today.
And one more thing, like public speaking, fear of public speaking is like above fear of like spiders and heights and death for a lot of people. So very brave for you guys to come, and you did an amazing job. You're all very well spoken.
Oh.
To be able to get the supplies for the podcast, the Waterloo School Foundation donated us money to get the equipment, so that's how we got it.
Nice.
Oh, the name for the podcast is Beyond the Bulldogs.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. More comments? Great job, Carver. The next item on our agenda, another board celebration, yes. School Board Recognition Month. May is School Board Recognition Month, a time to honor the dedicated individuals who serve as guiding light for student success in public schools across the state of Iowa. This is a month-long celebration recognizing the vital role that school board members play in shaping education and supporting students. I believe at this point now I will turn this over, to Dr. Jared Smith.
All right. Well, another year, almost down, right? We're getting a few weeks. We got graduations here in a couple weeks, which is always just like, wow, where did the time go? But yeah, each time of year in May, we say make sure that we show our congratulations to the school board members, all 7 of you, for all the time that you put in. I mean, this year especially, I feel like with all the different conversations around the high school, the town hall meetings, the budget conversations, the transportation discussions, all the different work sessions that we've had and extra meetings. This work cannot be done without all of you, with just the countless hours and just everything that you do for the district. When you see the results that we just heard from Becker with their incredible results around achievement and attendance, and then hearing about Carver culture with everything that they're doing, really it starts with what we're doing from the board table to make sure that we're making that happen. So we have worked, Pam and I and Katrina and Emily have kind of put together a gift package for all of you. And so maybe let's just do this one by one, if that's okay. And so we're going to start from newest members to I guess the veterans of the group. So first up is for 2 years now. You can interpret that a couple different ways, but 2 years we've had Crystal Madlock. This is actually year 2 for you, which is kind of crazy. So Crystal, we have a bag for you with some goodies and a certificate for all that you have done for us. So, and at the very end, we'll do our usual, get a picture and all that, and do a round of applause from the audience there. So thank you, Crystal. Jonathan, we've also got you as a board member for 2 years. Again, it's kind of
upperclassmen.
Upperclassmen.
They're upperclassmen.
You're upperclassmen. Yeah. You're
No longer frozen.
So Janelle, we've got you as a board member for 3 years. Okay, so we got a certificate for you and then a goodie bag, and the goodie bag's pretty good. We put a lot of thought into it, so take a look. And that there's some, we'll explain what's in there in a minute. Next up, who's gonna be next? It is Stacy. Stacy for 6 years. Now we're getting to the upperclassmen here. Okay, 6 years for your service. So we've got a bag for you with some goodies and like legit, like goodies in the real sense, and yeah. Next would be, who's it going to be? Jesse or Aster? Jesse or Aster? And, well, it's actually, okay, the way we've got it written down, the next most veteran would be Aster at 8 years. And so Astor's been a board member for 8 years and is currently in his second year as board president. Next, after Astor, we've got Jesse with 10 years of service.
Double digit.
And then last but not least, the PhD status.
Least.
Our vice president, serving his second year as vice president at a whopping, this might be a state record, we're not sure. 32 years as a board member, Lyle Schmidt. So again, it's not much. We can't, we're running budget constraints. We were thinking about getting you guys much fancier gifts there. But there's a t-shirt specially designed by our crew for all of you. I know you guys like t-shirts. There's cookies that come from the culinary department. They're really, really good. And then I forget what else is in there, Pam.
Other swag.
Other
Yeah,
swag.
just some other swag, and then your bag is actually a lunchbox that you can brag on Waterloo schools when you take that lunchbox.
So again, we know it's a not easy job. It's a thankless job. Just the amount of time, energy, and what we always say is that all of you truly, truly have the best interest of the district at heart. With all the decisions you have to make, with all the, just it's been a trying year at times, but again, here we are in May. Everybody's coming in great spirits, and it's just great hearing like the real, from the students and from the staff about the great things that are going on. So again, I just want to just share my appreciation for all that you guys do. It's a thankless job, but it's much needed, and we really appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we do need to do a picture. Pam, you're in there too.
Then JT has to get in it too.
Yeah. We'll go.
You are. Is your voice? You're part of the board. Isn't that?
Yeah.
Everybody in the short, everybody can see.
We do one before now.
We won't take much time on that, Will. And leave for more comments later on. But we do want to thank you all, Pam and Jared, for that recognition. Thank you. Moving right along, and that was for information only. So the next item on our agenda is information from individuals and delegations. This is an opportunity where those who wish to address the school board may do so. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Mrs. Arndorfer will hold up a yellow sign when you have 30 seconds remaining and a red card when your time has expired. At that time, I'll ask you to conclude your public remarks. Please also keep your comments respectful and constructive. We're all here with the goal of trying to help our students. Please also avoid criticizing job performance of specific employees of the school district. Personnel matters are confidential and must be handled through the proper channels and not in a public forum. Finally, we provide this as an opportunity for public comments, but it is generally not a back and forth conversation. We will try to answer questions before or after a meeting, but we have to proceed with our board meeting agenda items. With that being said, I'd like to invite anyone who would like to address the board this evening to step up to the podium, make sure the green light is on, and start by stating your name and address.
I will start here. I did receive an email earlier today from Lori Nettie, the AD at Hoover Middle School. She asked that I share her comments with the board. So I'm going to start my little timer here and make sure that I am within our time. Okay, this comes from Lori Nettie. Hello, board members. I'm writing to you about your 3-3 decision to prevent the Hoover Track and Field project from moving forward. As I listened to the yays and nays, my heart broke for my Hoover kids. This is not about equity and what's fair or not fair. This is about safety and providing students with functional facilities and a safe place to participate. When I arrived at Hoover 6 years ago, we did not host a football games due to the rutted, holy field that was and remains as hard as concrete. Our home games were played at Sloan Wallace. Once Sloan Wallace was no longer available to host football, we moved our home games to Hoover, knowing that we couldn't feasibly host 3 middle schools all at Memorial during our short season. We made Hoover's field work. During football and track seasons, our student athletes suffer sprains and strains to their ankles and knees on our unkept field. Since I've been at Hoover, we have had 2 to 3 broken bones that I know about during football games. I asked my current and past coaches to give me some concerns with our track and field, since they work with the facilities daily during the different seasons. The following are responses I received back. We had to push to get a, quote, practice meet in place each year to allow the kids the opportunity to experience a track with lanes to avoid embarrassment when showing up at another school's meet. Never-ending shin splints. The track is measured in yards, not meters, making the distance around not compatible with current meet regulations. Improper track measurement makes it nearly impossible to get times for athletes. Improper track measurements makes it nearly impossible to practice relays, exchange zones, and handoffs. Improper track measurement makes it nearly impossible to distance hurdles properly to practice for hurdle events. Current and past coaches have spent hundreds, likely thousands of their own money to get the track ready for kids. What would be the inside lanes are overgrown with vegetation. Inclement weather prevents running on the track for several days after a heavy rain due to muddy, swampy conditions. After rainy weather, we are back to ruts. Neighborhood kids ride their bikes through the mud, ruining our place to practice. Coaches are leaving due to poor facilities and feel unsupported by the school board. They've been holding off on a high jump pit and soccer goals because we were all but guaranteed a track and field. Now we have to spend money on temporary soccer goals instead of permanent ones. High jump pit must be replaced. Rodents have chewed holes throughout the pit and have left their feces and urine behind that our athletes are jumping into. There is so much more that I'm leaving out. It is frustrating to say the least. As the athletic director at Hoover Middle School, I am saddened that our students will have to wait yet again. We have hundreds of student athletes utilizing our outdoor facilities, and they deserve better. There is more to her comments, which I will email you, but the time is up. But I will send those to the board members.
Thank you, Ms. Natty. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board this evening?
Michael Chapman, 2761 Deer Road. A couple of things. The first being, it's coming up later in the agenda, would be the IJAG funds, the Memorandum of Understanding. It looks like they want the school district to pony up about $100,000 for the first year, and then they would take care of that in following years, if I was reading that correctly. I don't think that's a good use of our funds. I think we're not getting quite out of that what we were expecting. Talking with other teachers, parents, and those who've utilized some of those programs. So I would just caution the board to, maybe use those funds elsewhere, especially since we've, let go of quite a few employees. Maybe that could take care of one or two of them. The next thing I'd like to bring up, also coming on later today, is going to be the alternates on the bid alternates on the Waterloo High School project. Looking through the bid alternates, other than the ones that may be necessary with the recirculation well, most of the rest of those just fall into the fancy category. As I mentioned one other time, we don't really utilize tennis courts anymore, so to spend upwards of $1 million to do that may not necessarily be a good use of funds. The locker rooms in the pool, those are old and dated, but they still seem to be functional, so maybe we could save some of that as well. Most of the other alternates kind of fall into the same category, where they're not really essential. They're more just a little bit of fluff, and so maybe we can keep back some of those funds. As I looked into some of the financials that were presented, that were just put out tonight, and maybe it looks like some of the future funds down there, or interest payments, might kind of prevent some of that. So if we can maybe hold back and keep as much funding as we can in our pockets to take care of the inevitable things that will come up, I would appreciate and hope that you guys look at that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Todd Oberdall, 124 Amity Drive. I'd like to formally ask the board to remove item 5 from the consent agenda and vote on it separately. The item that was just brought up by the previous speaker. I think that is something that the public has some interest in, and would like some explanation and discussion behind the votes on that. I would like to thank the presenters that were here earlier. I do have, as a member of the community and as a stakeholder in the community, I would like to offer that I believe there's a lack of transparency that takes place when we have testing of students, and that information isn't released immediately. We're talking about aggregate data here. We're not talking about releasing any public or private information about individuals. That should be available to the public right away. And that we have a presentation, that we just get a subjective view on what those numbers look like from somebody within the system, as opposed to just having the numbers out there for us to look at. I think that's a very good thing to do. The Hoover issue came up, and I wasn't going to talk about it here, but I will now. At the last meeting, we had two conflicting different perspectives on what to do with an upcoming expense. One was cited in description of needing to get 2 cars, but only be able to afford one. The other one was, it's going to be more expensive. We got to buy it now. It's now or never. I do believe that the worst type of decision making is decision making under a crisis situation. We need to step back and see what is there, what is wise, in all things, not just a specific individual thing that may be coming up on the agenda later on. I did appreciate the question that was asked: what are we paying for the EAP? I think that was a great question to have for this meeting, for this public meeting, for the directors, and we didn't get a response on that. We didn't even get a ballpark figure on that. I'm part of an organization. We had something that we had to cut from the budget. We had to decide how our delegates were going to vote on it, and the question came up: how much is this costing? And everyone was all for keeping it, but how much is it costing? Well, we had to find out how much it cost and how many people were benefiting from it, and then we could make a decision on it at that point. There's a lot of things that we would like to have, and but there's only so much money to go around to it. I would also just like to say that it was said at the last meeting that even if there's not a single brick placed this year, that taxes won't go up. But if not a single brick is placed, there's more money for next year. That money doesn't just go away. That money can be used for other things, including redoing a track out at Hoover Middle School. I was at Peach Junior High about 40 some years ago, and we put in our metric track out there, and the student body paid for the scoreboard out there. It's still there. It's still in use. I am shocked that a facility in the Waterloo schools in the last 40 years hasn't taken care of that previously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obadal.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Roshan Berry, and I stay south of Waterloo, Audubon Park. And first, I do want to give a shout out to those kids, because those kids were amazing and stuff. They were rock stars. The first thing I want to start off with a quote from Dr. Joseph Ben Yochanan. I don't know if y'all know him. He's a professor. He's an author. Wrote many books. Okay, and one of his quotes is, he said, the worst thing about slavery is not the chains around the necks, the arms, or the ankles, but it's the chains around the mind. Okay, I just want to set that right there. Okay, so real quick, I just got a couple questions. My first question: strategic focus areas. What are those strategic focus areas for the school district under our mission? The PACE. Anybody can share? Strategic focus area. PACE. Y'all know everybody know what they are, right? PACE. I'm asking the board. Anybody know what the strategic focus areas and goals?
Yes, but go ahead and present to us.
So,
Yes.
we know, all right, we know what it is. It's people, it's achievement, it's community, and environment, right? All right. So I want to talk about the community portion of that, okay? All right, so the community portion of that states that to initiate, strengthen, and engage in community partnerships that results into academic, social, and behavioral success for each and every student. Then we have some bullet points. Communicate frequently and accurately. I'm going to stop because that's not a lot of time, but here's the deal. I've reached out to people in the district leaders. I've reached out to board members, and the communication has not been well. Okay. And it's not to complain. It's about to share ideas and concerns and things like that. And it's crickets. And that's a big concern as a community member, as a community member that's been here for 50 years of my life, that's a parent in the district. I think we all believe that communication is very, very important, and it's kind of similar to what this young man was saying about the communication and the sharing with data and things like that. And so I think that's important. If we have a standard for our parents to be involved with the school and communicate effectively with our school, we have to hold ourselves to the same standard. I've worked with some senior highs and some elementary students last week, and I was sharing with them when I was talking about their social and emotional well-being. I was saying, listen here, when you walk into the school, you don't have to respect the teachers, but you need to follow directions. Okay. The teacher has to earn your respect because that's our job. We're in the service for students. And if there's no students, there's no us. Okay. So what my biggest thing is, like, we need to communicate when people in the community, parents in the community, constituents in the community reach out to sit down to have a conversation. Somebody has to reach out.
Can you wrap up your comments, Mr. Berry?
Huh?
Can you wrap up your comments, Mr. Berry?
Yeah, because I know that we have administrative assistants and things like that. So please.
Ed, if you have that, I see you have a presentation. If you have that on email, can you get that out to us? And then we can follow up with that.
I can.
If it's.
But what I would rather do is sit down and have a conversation.
Okay.
That's it. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
3 minutes every month. It's not so bad.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board this evening? Seeing none others. Oh, this is just information. So we'll move right along with our agenda. The next item on our agenda is the DCAP submission. Let me grab that. And this is just for information only as well. Let me get this technology together. I was doing good. And I believe I see Jeff Frost is in the back, Amy Meehee from the Waterloo Career Center Administration. The District Career and Academic Plan is a strategic framework mandated by Iowa Code 279.61 to support students in grades 8 through 12 through individual career and academic plans, ICAPs. It ensures every student develops a personalized pathway that links academic coursework to career and post-secondary goals. DECAP is a living document that outlines district-wide processes, including district team, timing of activities, and methods of student preparation. I don't see anyone moving in the back. What else? I think Amy did. Yeah.
You have questions?
I'm sure.
Okay.
I hope so. You're hiding back there.
Hi. Yeah.
Hey.
DECAP, District Academic and Career Planning. You kind of read the description, document that highlights everything that we do from grades 8 to 12 in preparing our kids for career and post-secondary success. There's a lot of activities that happen 8th grade on up that exposes kids to different careers, different programming that we have across the district related to CTE in our high schools at the Waterloo Career Center. So what that document does, it's required, first of all, by every district, but it highlights that. It shows what kids are doing. I'm sure you've heard of the Zello platform. If not, that's actually PK through 12 right now system where students are exposed through different modules that allow them to explore different career paths. In addition to that, we work with JA, Junior Achievement, for a variety of different ways. Again, career exposure there. Life Lab, as you know, every grade level is doing some sort of an experience. And when that first was designed, it was really tied to different career paths and a focus area at every grade level. We're going through some work right now and kind of revisioning that as a K-12 system, with some budget changes and cuts related to some of that programming that we currently have. So we have a lot of great things happening. I think it's just kind of a restructure on utilizing some of those experiences across the district. But this is specific to 8th to 12th grade.
So this is similar to, Lyle always talked about, the deployment plan for a student. So this is similar to an individualized plan per student for grades 8 through 12.
Yep, so the DECAP kind of brings it all together, but every student has an ICAP, which is an individual plan, which is reevaluated each year, starting their 8th grade year with a 4-year plan. If we've talked about that, that's really students setting up what high school is going to look like by kind of choosing in our infinite campus system what kind of pathways they're interested in, and it helps populate their schedule, not that it's permanent, but populates their schedule as they enter high school. So counselors can kind of look at their areas of interest and have conversations around what they've expressed interest in.
We know that counselors have a wide load of students, a large load of students at times. What does the follow-up look like? Is it maybe once a year, once a semester? What does it look like once students get to that 8th grade or possibly even that high school journey? What does it look like to make sure that the tools that are being provided and what we want this to look like is taking place?
Yeah, I think ideally a counselor's goal is to meet with a kid every semester. I think the workload doesn't make that always happen. Again, this tool helps utilize students' interests by being able to pull what they've expressed interest in. Now, those follow-up conversations might not happen with that counselor directly within the high school, but we do have visits to 8th grade classrooms by representative counseling team as well as career center. I know advanced learning also makes visit to 8th graders as they're inputting for their 4-year plan. So the goal is that. I can't say that that's happening.
That was part of my next question. What individuals are all involved in this and can support this initiative?
I know every school looks a little bit different, how they're meeting with kids and how they're completing their 4-year plan. I know some might take time out of their English class where counselors come visit in that classroom time to share the different options that kids have going into high school. It can be very overwhelming, I know. A 45-minute class period probably is pretty limiting on all of your options as an 8th grade student and what your high school could look like. So it kind of varies depending on the school. I know as 8th grade classrooms, we're making visits to the middle schools, and that would be your counseling team, again, a representative from advanced learning as well as career center representatives. Does that answer your question?
Just to add on to that, Principal Welch talked about the relationship building. I know it's easier to do in elementary, but how much relationship building is going along with helping these students figure out these careers? Because sometimes it's getting to know a student and they may not know what they're interested in, but if someone knows them, they can say, you know what, why don't you try something along these lines? So how much relationship building is happening throughout this process?
I think that's a variety of places as well. I'd like to say that I wish we had more time to do these things. I think having a career-focused counselor potentially in every school, we've talked about this in the past, maybe having one person intentionally tied to the career planning. Again, I know that there's an overload with counseling, but we do find value in that. I've been in the environment for the past 8 years where I've seen now that we have a counselor out there specifically focusing on kids and their futures and their plans, more intentional time dedicated to planning that out for kids, specifically at the Career Center location. But again, that would be a great idea to expand within our buildings. I know we have some time over the next couple of years here to maybe start rethinking how that could look. But I do believe specific focus on career planning and counseling would be a benefit to our kids.
I'm going to add just another caveat. Amy already talked a little bit about the Zello platform. The Zello platform is not just exclusive to our counselors, it's also accessed with our classroom teachers. So when you talk about the relationship, a lot of times, even in secondary, we have classroom teachers that have strong relationships with our students, that it opens up that door to have that conversation as well. So that was part of the goal with the Zello platform, is to not just have it exclusively with the counselors, knowing that the counselors have so many to serve, but to open that window a little bit wider to have those conversations with their students.
Do we do anything with 7th graders that are maybe on advanced path that we're planning ahead early with them?
What's your question?
Like, are we doing anything with 7th graders that are on advanced pathways that to help early planning if they're going to be taking high school classes as 8th graders? We should be talking earlier with at least some of that cohort to help prepare them.
I know we host advanced learning parent meetings. I know that's at the 8th grade level. If Charisse and her team were here, I know that they're pulling kids that are advanced learning. I don't know if it begins in 7th grade or not.
We do have a couple of students right now that I can think of that Charisse and her team are working with to do some of that planning. One as young as a 6th grader as well.
So that's good.
Yes.
To know that
Yep.
at least it may not a full cohort, but the partial cohort that might need.
Absolutely. Yes.
So this Iowa code, that's just a couple of years old, isn't it? It's part of the Workforce Ready program. So what are, it says focus on inclusive planning and use engagement metrics. So what are they? And then ICAP completion data. What do you need to submit to the state? Let's start with that one.
So it's about a 30-page document that's got 5 component areas. I think it's in the presentation that was sent out, but it's all tied to individual learning, understanding about yourself, but then exposure to careers, all those components. The measurements, it's a collection of not only staff, but it's also community, college level. It's all the people that we work together to design these experiences and provide students those opportunities.
So each kid has a 30-page document?
No, the DECAP is a 30-page document that highlights what we're doing as a district, grades 8 through 12. So each student does have an individual plan, and that is utilized through our Zello platform.
So it also mentions post-secondary tracking to guide continuous improvement. Do we do that?
We do as much as we can. I would say that the one thing we have is national clearinghouse data for post-secondary tracking. There's not a lot of resources out there that really can follow kids beyond that, to my knowledge.
Sharice does have a pretty lengthy portfolio of that clearinghouse data that she most recently shared that is very telling. We could share that with you. But it has all of the post-secondary, how many are successful at Hawkeye, for instance. It has all that in a data warehouse that we have archived.
But the actual measurement, is that part of the Iowa code to measure it?
Read what it says from what we reread what you asked earlier about the measurement.
I'm sorry.
We go back to the question that you had about the measurement. What does it say in there that you read earlier?
It says focus on inclusive planning and use engagement metrics, ICAP, completion data, and post-secondary tracking to guide continuous improvements. DECAP will be updated and resubmitted in 2026 with feedback from the board and stakeholders. So I guess back to what's required by the state. Are we doing that? And if post-secondary tracking is required, what's their guidance? I'm sure their guidance isn't just go to.
So there is a scoring rubric. We get feedback. I just kind of stepped into this within the last year. And in that feedback, a collection of AAA representatives are the ones who are evaluating how you're doing as a district and provide feedback based on that rubric. So I can't answer that other than I know it's fairly a new system on evaluation when it comes to post-secondary measurements. Yeah.
I guess what I'm really looking for is there any actual metrics of value that are being documented and
Besides the National Clearinghouse data, not to my knowledge that we have access to.
But the National Clearinghouse will break it down.
Yes.
I mean, it breaks it down when it comes to different where our students are going. So it's pretty thorough.
so every kid is in there?
That actually attends to a community college or a college. They have to attend.
So that's that number. If I'm guessing then when we go through, you have to input when you're putting your stuff in, you got to list your school, and they got a number associated with them, and that's what populates that. So like when you apply for college, there's a point where you enter in your high school, which one you got, and it'll automatically pull a list up. So it is.
This is entered in Infinite Campus. It's required upon graduation. So this is tracking every kid that's going on to college, whether it be 2 or 4 year. Now, when it comes to workforce, which I've been asked, that is not something that's considered in this this data. So it's just giving.
We don't know kids who go into apprenticeships. We don't know any of that kind of information, right? Is that what
Not
you're
through
saying?
not through that platform.
So the career and academic plan called for by the Iowa Code doesn't follow careers?
Not necessarily. Not tracking that. We do our own tracking within Career Center.
Okay. So do we have, for last year's graduating class, and the year before? Do we have the data?
Yep. I can get that to you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Berry. Yep, we got you. We got you.
Okay.
Amy, it says that, the 4-year plan is initiated in 8th grade with guardian review, right? So is that the last time that parents are involved? And that's just to create a schedule, right? That's like that 8th grade when they bring it home and you look at it and you're like, and then you send it back in, right?
As a district, we haven't gotten our parents involved in the portal yet. That is an option.
Okay.
It'll be a big undertaking, but I think it's also important work for parents, but that would involve parents more than what we have.
Does Zello and Campus Portal, do they interact or no?
They do. I think there's some issues with it. We've tried to have some
Gee, imagine
conversations
that.
around it, so we're not there yet.
And I know this is bigger than this, but just real quick, like what do Zellos look like right now? Do you feel like people that are they being added to on a regular basis? Like if you went to a kid's ICAP plan, is it going to be very detailed? Like what does an individual one just at random look like?
So I've been involved in Zello for the past 2 years and really evaluating data and use. It's definitely an area we knew we need to improve engagement in as a district. I can say over the course of the last 2 years, with some effort, which we have ways to go still, far more engagement than 2 years ago. I can give you the data if you want to see. What it's going to show you is each grade level, how many students have completed the lessons, how many have started the lessons who have not started completely. We have a very low percentage of not started lessons over the course of the year. So they start this at the beginning of the school year and have the whole school year to complete those modules each grade level.
Do you see that staff, I mean, it's like staff has so much extra time on their hands, but do you see that they're able to add information as well? We were talking about those meaningful conversations that they have from, pre-K on, the one where the kid says, I really liked when we had firefighter day or whatever, those things we talked about would get added to Zello. Does that happen? Yeah.
We constantly monitor the modules or the lessons that students are engaged in so that it's meaningful. So that is something we evaluated last year. We're currently looking at this year for moving on onto next year. So I would say yes, in a sense of what's going to be meaningful for kids and apply to what they're doing.
Do you think that the ICAPs, because that's new with this, right? It's only been pretty recent that this. Do you think the ICAPs are meaningful yet?
It's definitely helpful in a sense of what it's showing what kids are interested in, preliminary as an 8th grade going into high school. It's definitely helpful with scheduling and kind of knowing what their interests are to help build and guide what kind of classes they should take as they move on each year. Definitely helps with the conversation between counselors, between teachers, or whoever it might be that's helping guide students in their interest areas.
And so then the plan is to be able to have that same conversation as they graduate, right? Like to use that data to see where they want to go.
Absolutely.
Do you think we're able to do that yet, or has there just not been enough time?
No, I definitely think it's valuable today yet. I think there's room for improvement on the level of engagement for sure. And we reflecting on that and
Thank you. I know this is all a lot of new stuff, and so thank you.
Yep.
The only thing I just noted in there, and I thought must have changed. We do reference the C-free foundation class, but we're dropping that, right?
Yep. So this was an evaluation of this school year.
Okay.
So moving
current
forward,
school year.
that is something that won't be.
But in future ones, it'll be okay.
Because we're talking about adding something different in its place at some point.
Well, we
right?
definitely find value in this class. I think we have a great opportunity to consider a class that prepares our kids for high school and what all that includes. So that's a conversation right now on what that could look like.
Yeah. I do appreciate the fast and nice and those things. Those are very, very challenging process if you're not prepared for it, or you're not, understand what you have to do for the kids. So
that first time around as a parent is pretty rough. So
I think another area that we've really come to find an important, especially as students are looking at maybe potentially taking concurrent classes, is really what an ISASP is and why does it matter, and taking an opportunity to really explain that to kids and so they understand the benefits in their future. So
Well, I can say that now I'm gonna speak as a parent. My own child, I would just suggestion we need to be a little bit more intentional. The other thing I would just also suggest is, you have the self-understanding. Our kids need to know their strengths, what they gravitate to. Are they analytical? Things that they gravitate to before we start talking all this career stuff. We talk careers because they might be good in math and stuff, but on the other hand, they can be real strategic in another, knowing some innate strengths, I think would be able to help that picture for kids to be able to say, I have an idea of what I'm gravitating to versus, you'll be good in trade, you'll be good in this, you'll be good at that, so you'll be good in accounting. That might be the case, but for them to be able to have some self-fulfilling happiness, they have to gravitate to some of their strengths that is something natural to them. And I'm just kind of throwing it out there that that's something that I would like to see this district kind of do, is kind of plunge into that, because I've seen it. I've worked it with students, and it helps guide them to where they need to get to. Zello's nice and everything, but you got to put the input into it. And it's kind of hard for teachers and counselors. It is. Time-wise, it's kind of hard. Hey, you need to do this. You need to do that. It's hard. So I just think that there's been a lot of improvement, like you mentioned. Additionally, I think we need to look at some areas where can we be very intentional, and it's starting with the relationships. As I was thinking here, this would be a great time to possibly spur relationship with parents at an older age. We need to be intentional. Young men mentioned about, the community and that kind of thing. Talking about careers and everything at this, we need to think big. We think big, our kids think big. So I'm just challenging, just putting a challenge out there. Yes, we're moving it forward, but I'm also going to put an additional challenge out there of possibly being able to use this connect with parents, possibly to be able to be intentional from a relationship standpoint, because if you have that relationship trust, that kid will do Zello. And then also looking at if there's some aspect of self-understanding, I kind of look at that as, what are some personal insights or strengths about that individual, because we all have different strengths. So and
that is a feature in the Zello platform, where students do have some self-interest surveys, and that data is something that can be utilized in the classroom, and we need to do a better job of utilizing that, because it does pull strengths out of kids for them to better understand what my style of learning might be best, what kind of career that might fit into. So I agree.
I have one quick thing. I did a deep dive into chapter 49, that this is the place where this lives in the Iowa Code. And Lyle, all that's required for reporting here is to report the plan that we have and an annual report on student utilization of the district's career information and decision-making system. So all that we're required to report is what our students are doing in our system. There's nothing in this little code chapter here, 49, about reporting what happens after they leave us.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Janelle.
Yep.
Or Director Ewing. Are there any more questions or comments? All right. Thank you, Amy. This was just for information only as well. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of information.
Yes. That brings us to the next item on our agenda, the consent agenda. Tonight's consent agenda consists of 7 items. Item 1, approval of minutes of the April 28, 2025 regular board meeting. Item 2, personnel appointments and adjustments. Item 3, bills due and payable and bills paid between board meetings. Item 4, Iowa Apprenticeship Act 84E funding. Item 5, IJAG Memorandum of Understanding. Item 6, Public Utility Easement Agreement with City of Waterloo. Item 7, sale or disposal of real property, the Greenbrier plat. Are there any items that board members want to see removed?
Items 2 and 5, please.
3 and 4.
1 and 6.
4. I'll pull item 7. No.
No.
Nobody pull a 6, 1 or 6, correct? Okay, all right. Just want to make sure I got it correct. All right, can I get a motion to put items 1 and item 6 on the table?
So moved. Second.
So all those in favor of approving items 1 and 7? 6. Yeah, I knew I was going to do that. Item 6.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Did we get the motion yet?
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye for motion 1 and 6. That brings us to item 2. It is the superintendent's recommendation that the... Okay. Okay.
No, it needs to go on first.
No, you have, if you want to, you have to vote first as to
Divide.
divide. Yeah, yeah, we don't want to put this on because then you'd have to talk to it and either vote for or against. So if you want to pull
Okay.
it and then vote to divide.
All right. So I can
So, yeah.
do that right now.
You can pull it up. and
Okay.
Make a motion to divide.
I move to divide the motion into 2 parts, A and B. A is everything except for the termination section. Part B is the termination section. And reason I'm doing this is because there's some information I think that's, some will argue related, some will argue not related. We can discuss it. But concerning the impact of on our enrollment and dropouts and enrollment.
Okay, and then question.
Then you need to.
Do we need to, we need to vote to separate it?
To divide.
Okay.
So hang on.
All right. Okay. So all those in favor of dividing the motion state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carried to divide. So the questions for the first motion for A. So the superintendent's recommendation is that the Board of Education approve personnel items as listed for A. Up to non-termination.
So moved.
Second.
Now question. You're up, Lau.
No, we vote yes on this.
Oh, yes, gotcha. Now I'm following. Any question on up to the termination? Any items up to termination? I did have an item, but I think we're going to take care of it during the termination. I'll ask it now and see which one it, and I emailed it earlier. There's a change of assignment listed, but it's also listed as termination. And I'll read the email. And it was kind of late, so I don't know if you got back to me. And in quotations it has, since there were or are on teacher contracts, those have been formally terminated instead of doing a change of assignment and not a replacing a position. So how do we want to go forward with that?
The reason that we're looking at the terminations that got moved are the family support worker positions that we had initially talked about reducing. What we're looking at now, why they were on the terminations for today, is those positions were on teacher contracts, which are under Iowa Code 279. If one of those contracts is not renewed for the next year, they can be terminated for cause. The cause in this case that we said it was a reduction of force. Since that contract is not going to be a continuing contract, it needs to have a formal termination, which is what is on the agenda today. Since that specific employee that we were talking about has a change of assignment, they are moving into a different contract or a different labor category, moving into the WESP group as opposed to the teacher group. At no point would their employment lapse. So we are terminating the contract, but their employment with us does not ever end.
So that constituted being a change of assignment.
Correct.
Okay.
I know that
Just
was
so they
kind of
can
a
keep the years,
lengthy.
so they can keep the years of service and the.
Correct.
Okay. So okay.
Because the employment never ends. The employment with the Waterloo schools never ceases.
Yeah. So it's a transition, just a transition into a different. Okay.
Correct.
But wait,
Does that answer your question?
Is there salary difference going from a certified to a classified position? Is there a reduction that happens in that?
There are, how we look at and assign salaries based on
Right.
different positions or roles. Yes, there's a difference.
Okay.
Yep.
But the years of service will stay the same. The position will change. Okay. So that was my question. So anything else? All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation on A, state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carried.
Wait, did you? No.
Oh,
Not
did
on
I,
that.
did I ask?
Oh,
You can abstain on both. You can abstain on both. Yep. Yep, abstain.
Six and one abstention.
Yes, 6 and 1 abstention.
Noted.
Yes. Thank you for correcting me. So that brings us to B. And questions. Yeah. Oh, well, they'll put the motion on there first.
Motion on
Get a
the table.
motion to put that on the table.
So moved.
For B.
What is the motion?
is to
Approve the superintendent's recommendation for the terminations of B.
Just wondering what.
FSWB.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, discussion.
okay. Really two reasons I removed this. One is to just share the importance of reducing our number of dropouts. And then the discussion following, I assume, will be on what the relevance of these terminations is on reducing dropouts. So this information came from Sheena. The items that aren't in red are the original document. And then, as you can see, I edited. So the point was, this actually initiated from, as you'll see later on, in the scenarios of the funding with the SAVE money, one of the important factors, drivers, is the enrollment. So we have to make an estimate of what the enrollment is going to be in the future. We don't have a lot of control over a number of the enrollment categories, such as incoming kindergarten, incoming other students, students electing to leave. We probably have the most influence over those that are here. And so this is, I guess, a plea to keep the ones that are here. And it's pretty important. Last year, for example, well, the last 2 years, year before last, we gained 3 students. And I'm counting tuitions in the seat, not enrollment numbers that are a little bit different, the paid enrollment numbers. 1,006, we went up to 1,009, this year 1,011. So almost flat. But, so what's next year going to be? Well, this last year, we gained 2 students, but there were 46 fewer drops. So that contributed to keeping enrollment steady. There were also this last year 943 kindergarten students, which was 48 more than the previous 5-year average. So that benefited us as well. So we have 46 and that we gained. We have 48 that we gained. And this next year, this year's class of seniors is 528. Last year it was 506. So we're going to lose 22 more this year than we did last year. So when you add all those up, it's really a minus 70 unless somebody unless, all else being equal. I don't think we can expect the kindergarten class to be record high again. So what can we do? We can reduce our number of dropouts. If you look under the 2019-20 there were 90. Then we went up to 127. Then you get into the COVID years, 230 dropouts. The following year, 227, so we gained 3. Last year, 181, so we gained 46, as I mentioned. And then the items in red are just looking at the trend lines, what might happen this next year. So if you look at those trend lines, you can put in your own numbers. The seniors really don't matter from a financial standpoint because you already paid for them. I mean, you've collected the state aid for them. But the sophomore, especially the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, freshmen influence this the most. So if you look at the next line down there, the money we lost, the funding, the top line would have been $1.61 million more in 2019 had we had no dropouts. That increased to $2 million in 2021, $3.8 million, $4 million in 2022 of lost revenue. Now this revenue is a combination of the state aid and the save money. So those two are combined in that. And then the next year, with 46 fewer students, we end up losing $3 million. My guess is there, like I say, put in your own number. 9th graders went from 87 to 54. I don't know what's going to be. I put in 50. Sophomores, it was 57, 59. It actually went up last year, probably down to 55. You can play it with your own numbers. But so if we have 165 drops, we still have $2.83 million of potential gain if we didn't have any drops at all. So then if you do a sensitivity on that, in grades 9 to 11, 9, 10, 9 and 10, I should say 9 and 10, dropouts, if we save 6 students in each of those classes from dropping out, That's $270,000. That exceeds the savings from the termination of the support workers. So we can't just look at the bottom line. We got to look at the top line as well when we're doing budgets. So I saw some emails saying, well, these particular support workers don't have anything to do with that's a subtle message. Everything to do with reducing dropouts. Other ones say they do. The point is, we really need to leave no stone unturned in reducing the number of dropouts, because it does affect our general fund budget. It does affect our save budget. So we just need to do everything, humanly possible to get this number. You'll see where we'd still be at 165, which is well above the 90 of 2019 and the 127 even of 2021. So to me, it looks like that's how we hold our student population, reducing dropouts. That's our best source of students. So we can discuss, I guess, what influence these workers would have versus other ones. But that's why I brought this, just to say if each family support worker saved 3 students, we would be money ahead. Now maybe that's not their mission. We can discuss that, but anyhow, that's how I see it. Is that we should not be taking resources away from the goal of reducing the number of dropouts, and not just from this is strictly financial, but you also have the human capital standpoint, which is arguably even more important. But from a sheer financial, I just question the wisdom of that. So I think some other people are going to hopefully explain the role that the family support workers have in actually reducing dropouts, or don't have.
And can I add, because I was actually going to ask that the same thing be pulled, but my reasoning is a little different. We met with Megan and her team to discuss the special ed services, delivery plan. And we were talking a lot about where kids fall on the continuum model, which we'll be talking about later tonight. And as we spoke with them, one of the things that we were asking was like, what more resources could we provide, knowing that with our budget limitations. And one of the things that they kept emphasizing was the wraparound services that our family support workers are able to provide, that's not just for the special ed students, but it benefits the special ed students and helps then with the caseload that is falling onto our special education providers. So that was my reasoning for wanting to have the same thing looked at.
Well, I think, one of the questions need to be asked is, when we're looking at our students, who is part of their support team? And especially outside the classroom. Usually, you're looking at a principal, counselor, I'm trying to think who else. Oh, the family support service individual. They serve a lot of time with questionable students that might not be as motivated to school, which connects with you, Lau, of the dropouts. I guarantee there's a direct correlation of them being there's a disconnection with their support circle. And taking that away, and we want you know, what was said is attendance plus climate equals achievement. I'm trying to sit here and wonder, that's a big piece. That's a big piece. So, Lyle, you brought that up, so I just wanted to just kind of mention that, because when we start answering them, or when school officials start answering that, that's one of the first people that they will say that is part of their lives. You know, and it doesn't always have to be the questionable student either. It's just someone, it could be a student that's just in a bind. Might be a family issue, might be a transportation issue. I'm surprised on how many times they bring back and forth going to school. You know, if we're going to look at this full circle from the wholeness aspect, let's really look at what's benefiting and what's not benefiting. Is it valid or is it not valid? But to me, that discussion, I don't know if that discussion happened. I want to know what it was weighed against. We don't know. But what you're mentioning about this dropout, I think is a correct, direct correlation with what's that support team around that kid. And then the question is it valid having the family service supports individual part of that team, and what is their purpose? So those are some questions that I think I would like to have answered.
It sounds like they're receiving more information, and I kind of knew throughout this process, you know, it's for me, it's hard to vote on something like this, and I know that's our duty to vote. But when you hear cuts are not good, when you have to make cuts within a district or anywhere, any organization, you know, there's going to be some things that either people don't agree on, or we can look and see that there's other areas that we don't know if the people that are doing the voting, we don't know what all was looked at. We trust that it was being looked at, but when we talk about cuts coming closer, trying to avoid cutting anything close to students and family, the question always arises with this particular group, because we've heard all the great things that they do, and how our attendance is you know, one of our goals is, I think, was a 5% raise in attendance, and this group was tied directly to that. They were mentioned in those conversations. So it's hard to now look at this position and say this is the group that wasn't either we were told something that something else trumped it, or we feel like we can still make that happen with removing 4 of these individuals in that position. And it's not the people, it's the actual position. So that's tough for me when I hear things like that, and I know what that position entails. The transporting in your own vehicle, the going door to door, you know, providing the things that students need on a daily basis. You know, I don't know. I was personally happy when we added new family support workers because I felt like there was a need in each one of our buildings. There was that need. How diverse our district is and the low socioeconomic status that we have and the free and reduced lunch numbers, we're top 3. We always talk about how we're top 3. And this position or these positions talk directly to trying to change that narrative, trying to get to the root cause of helping these individuals, these students and these families be successful. And these are the people that are on the ground level.
And I'm not lobbying either way. I brought it up for 2 reasons. One is to underscore the tremendous importance of reducing dropouts because that's part of our future financial plan. Like you say, to the tune of millions of dollars. The next one is, quite frankly, I don't know the degree to which these family support workers contribute to the dropout prevention plan. On the other hand, I'm not aware of any other specific plan that focuses on dropout prevention. So it's a piece. It's a piece. How important a piece it is, I don't know. So
I just another aspect is looking at, what's the SWOT analysis of why we did what we did? What are our strengths? What's the district's strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are opportunities? What are our threats? I mean, those are things that I think is essential for us to be able to know, to be able to say, okay, this is important, that's not important. I think that's fair. Looking at it from that aspect. This is just not looking at that particular position. I'm looking at holistically of all the positions of what they really brought to the table. That's something that it's hard for me to connect with when, yes, there's been a lot of time spent on it, but I'm trying to understand the analysis of it. And that's just not being shared. It's just being kind of told this.
I think one of the reasons why it may not be all shared is we could sit here and relitigate and talk about every single budget decision we've already made, and the budget discussion for the year is closed. I know Lyle brought this up because he thinks it has something to do with dropout rates, and that's really, really important. But we could talk about the importance of the librarians, the importance of the instructional coaches, the importance of every single position that exists. And they're all incredibly important, and it is a really terrible thing for us and our kids that we've had to cut. But I think too much talking about every position and putting all of the information out there again on a budget that's already closed might not be the best use of these meetings. So the budget discussions are closed. Unfortunately, we had to make decisions, and I don't like the decisions, but we had to make them, and we have to go on with our budget.
Noted. Any more comments?
Did Jared or Sam want to?
Yeah, I mean,
All I was going to share was a little bit. I just pulled up the family support worker job description, and I was just going to share a couple of those pieces. So one of the main job duties is collaborating with community agencies to provide services to students and families. That could be things around basic needs, coordination of community resources, students that are homeless, trying to get them access to what they need so they can access the educational environment. That's one of the biggest pieces that they provide. They conduct classroom and home visits to help establish the positive school relationships. They assist with with coordination, development, implementation of goal planning for students so that they can access school. That is a big piece of it. But the community connection piece is honestly their main goal. And that was kind of some communication I'd seek from Sheena and Adrian, who supervise the family support workers, say, hey, how is that? How are you using the family support workers' main roles? And while all of those pieces do connect with students being engaged in school, does that affect dropout rate? Absolutely, it could. And I think our family support workers are a huge piece of that. I don't know that dropout rate specifically can be connected to the family support workers because we have our attendance team, we have our student support specialists, and we have honestly a lot of employees in our district that we know kids come to school to see that employee, and that's what helps them get there. I'm sure family support workers are that person for a lot of kids too.
So I got a few thoughts here, if that's okay.
Yep.
So a few thoughts. I'm going to start most recent, and I'm going to back up too. So truly, had we know, our whole team, pretty much like you said, Janelle, thought that budget ideas, at least for the last couple of weeks, haven't heard much. That there was no that we kind of agreed to move forward. So had we known that this was going to be a possible topic for tonight, and we heard, late this afternoon, we would have had our full team here to kind of give more rationale to those, the reasoning for the positions, all the things that they do. Absolutely. And every position is important in this district. I get what you're saying. Lyle, great connection to the numbers, and certainly our family support workers do a lot of the work to reduce the possibility of dropping out. I do think a lot of positions the same thing could be said for a lot of positions, right? I'm going to back up just 3 years ago, okay? Real quick. Is that 3 years ago, right when I started, it was clear that our buildings needed more student support. It was clear. So that's when we went to Michael at the time and said, Michael, not sure where we're at with the budget right now, but Michael, we could really use some additional student support positions. And this is what I brought up at the budget reduction meeting. This may have been a misstep on our end about adding the positions, right? When we're questioned about where were some missteps over the last 2.5 years with budget, I alluded to that. I said, we invested heavily in student supports starting 2.5 years ago. And I'm going to read off the positions we've added because this was actually in an email. If you dig through your email a year ago, and I know a couple of you were on board at that point, but I laid out like our investment in student supports. So when you go from 2022 to now, we've added 6 new campus safety. We've added 6 new student support specialists. We've added 5 new family support workers. We've added 1 new SRO. We've added 2 new counselors. We've added 18 attendance lead stipends. We've added 19 equity advocate stipends. So we made a huge investment in the last 3 years. I think I added those up. It was $900,000. Okay, so it's almost kind of, in terms of the missteps that we might have made about bringing in additional staff, like I owned up to this one. Like I thought we were good. Talking with Michael, the COVID money was still in play. COVID money goes away. Now we're faced with this question of we got to reduce money. We got to reduce budget by several $1 million. So when that was brought back to our team, and remember, it went through principals, it went through WEA, went through DLT. Of all those things that I just listed, the consensus, and again, we started with more family support workers. We had 11 to start, or 10 to start. We added 5. We chose to reduce 4. We had no student support specialists, and the roles could be, it's a little gray in terms of what the differences are. But our team, looking at all the different departments across the district and all the different things we've added, said, hey, if all the departments are going to take a little piece of this budget reduction, we feel like 4 family support workers is the piece we want to take away. So again, all those were added. everything was on the menu of options, and that was for principals, that was for DLT, that was for WEA. And of the entire menu of options, that was what the group came up with, was 4 family support workers. So it's easy to say, well, geez, we're taking away from the student supports. I encourage you to think about the things we've added over the last 3 years. We are so much further ahead than we were 3 years ago in terms of 12, 17, 20 new positions, 37 new stipends. 20 new positions, 37 stipends. We're only taking away of that group, we're taking away 4 positions. And the 4 we chose were family support workers. Right or wrong, I know there's a lot of, there's a lot of connections, a lot of personal connections, absolutely. But of those 20 positions, 37 stipends, that was the small amount, the little piece that we decided as a group that we needed to, our share of the reductions was those positions. So again, I know it's tricky. I know you guys are faced with a lot of different, I just want to make sure you have context. It's not like we've continue to reduce student supports. Actually, we've built it up significantly. We've got a really good team. Are losing those 4 positions? Yeah, it's going to be challenging. We've got a plan moving forward. I'm really, really concerned. We've already got placements for 2 of our family support workers. If we choose to reverse this right now, it sends the wrong message about the process. The process was done. It's been a month. It's been 2 months since we said, here's our decision. The rest of the district has moved on. And I know you guys are looking for the best interest. I get that. But I'm telling you, the rest of our district has moved. Contracts are out. Positions are already going. So we go and reverse this at this point. I just really think it's going to open up a can, not only for these 4 positions, but also for every position moving forward, that 2 months later, we could come back to this table and reverse the decision, even though the rest of the group is already ready to move forward. So there's my piece. Again, I wasn't prepared to share tonight, but that is kind of our stance. We will follow your direction. It's going to be very hard for us to go back and reverse this, given everything that's gone on.
Let me rebuttal on that real quick. I didn't hear reverse anything.
Yeah.
I heard questions about dropout, which brought questions about funds. And we're talking about not at this time, but we're, as a district, we're looking to save money. So anything that's tied to funds and saving money and generating funds for the district, that's what we're talking about. That's the conversation. It has nothing to do. It could have been several different positions. When Lyle brought it, when he brought it to the table, it was tied directly to funds. It wasn't the actual position; it was the funds, and what our interpretation of what that title brought. We were told that it was directly tied to attendance and dropouts and getting students in the buildings.
The distinction between these positions and the others is contribution to the top line. Not all positions equally contribute to the top line. Most do not. But if you notice, we lost $3 million instead of $4 million this last year. So what contributed to that, I don't know, but it was $1 million gain by the district because there were fewer dropouts.
And Lyle, can you confirm or clarify where you're getting those numbers? I'm having a hard time reconciling.
From what?
Where you're getting the savings or on what you handed out. I'm having a hard time coming up with the same numbers.
Yeah, I took the ninth graders that dropped out and took 3 years, the SSA, and which is now what, $78,000. $8,000.
7826. Yep.
Yeah. Well, next year it's $78.99 or something like that, right? and then 1,300 save money. So for the ninth graders that drop out, that would be for the 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade. So that's times 3 for those. For the 10th graders, it's that loss of money times 2. For the seniors, there's no loss of money at all because we already contribute. So yes, it assumes that if they don't drop out in ninth grade, they will graduate. But it's the accumulation of those 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years of the funds we would receive if that student stayed in school versus not.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I just want to be, I completely agree with the thinking that Lyle is sharing. The reason I share all that context is because the motion on the table is whether or not to accept the recommendation terminations. So if the board accepts, then we move, that's what I want to make sure that everybody, by voting against this, that I agree with, hey, we're going to shed some light on this, and we're going to make sure that the impact but the next thing that we're asking the board to do is to vote yes or no and so that's I need to lay that out there before people make a decision, is that they understand. I agree with the putting numbers to employees and dropouts is huge, right? It hits the bottom line on the general fund. It also hits SAFE. We've talked about that. But in terms of the actual board action that we're asking to do, that's why I'm asking you to really be careful about your decision on that.
Yep. And I think we'll take a couple of more comments and then we'll be ready to vote.
Mine is simply, I just want to make sure, and I know Sheena touched on this, is this reduction going to make the weight heavier for our special ed services, which is already very heavy? But I know that there's also a balancing act involved. So if you could talk a little bit about that part, since that's where my focus is.
And before I cast my vote, my expectation is that we get better.
Yep.
We get better going forward. We get better providing services for students and families. So if this is the vote, this is what the recommendation is, let's make it work. Let's make it work. I don't want to see a drop off. I don't want to see a drop off. That's not where I'm at right now. And I hope that's understood.
Yeah. I just want to make sure this is more about moving forward on how we need to make sure we're going about our decisions. I'm not thinking about changing anything. I get that. But moving forward, I asked a few people what are our strengths. More than a few people. It was crickets. I'm just saying. So, in essence, I'm just saying I just want the information provided also so I can express it. I don't think I had the right information to express. Give me the ammunition to be able to let my constituents know this is where we at, how we going about it. It's more about that. It's not about taking this away or you should have looked at this or should have looked at that. So I just want to make that clear. I'm representing some constituents. I want to make sure I give the best answer, but I want to make sure it's our district answer. That's all.
I'm sorry, nobody answered my question at all. So Amy or Jared or anybody, could you guys just make a commitment to me that we're going to be very mindful of the fact that we're putting more burden on our special ed folks by taking away some of the resources that they already use.
To be honest, this is hitting. I just have to say that because every single one of these positions, not only special ed, matters to every single one of us. And so when you talk about emotion, I'm using it right now because I can't not. Every single one of you, every board member, every team member that stands next to me, the special ed people who are out here waiting to get up here and talk about all the things that they're doing amazing to support kids. I wish we could say none of these positions go away. I'm a people person and I'm looking at people behind these positions. I'm trying not to, but I am, because they're people that are near and dear to my heart. I appreciate you bringing the data. Jared, when you talk about all of the resources we put in, student support specialists, the majority of the family support workers, where we're cutting is secondary, which is also where we added student support specialists. So is there a wondering there? Is there a wondering that those supports are still in place? Yes. But did they double dip in a different way? I think that's something that we all are reflecting on. I'm going to do everything that I can to say to you that, yes, we're going to continue to support kids the way we know how to do. But I don't take it lightly in the sense that I feel like I work behind next to so many people that give everything that they have every day to do what's right for our kids, and they choose it. So I'm going to give you the best guarantee I can. I think Megan and Sunny are going to come up here and talk about special ed and the things that they're doing. You got to hear some of that the other day, but it's tough. It's really tough. So yeah, sorry. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you. All right, let's move forward. So all those in favor of approving. Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yep. So it was moved by Jesse, it was seconded by Stacy to approve the termination section of the personnel appointments and adjustments. That is part B. Moved by Jesse, seconded by Stacy to approve the termination section. That's what you're voting on.
Yes. So essentially the B. So all those in favor of approving those state aye.
Aye. Stay.
Yeah, that was
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're
No,
good.
sorry.
That was perfect. You helped me out. Chair votes aye. Any opposed? No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Yep. So chair votes aye.
I'll oppose.
Yes. Got that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you all, board. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion, guys.
That brings us to item we pulled that one. That brings us to item 3, bills due and payable and bills paid between board meetings. It is the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education approve the bills due and payable and bills paid between board meetings.
So moved.
Second.
Get a second? It's been so long, I forgot who pulled it. Stacy, discussion.
Yeah, JT, could you just help me just with these two? So on page, I think it says 31, so it says, I don't know, it's kind of overlapping. There, yeah. Anyway, the Peters Construction Corporation for $258,000, is that an old project? Do you know what project that's for?
Yeah, that's a capital project that's been ongoing. I believe it's for the East-West HVAC project.
Okay. And so does that come out of,
That's a PEPAL expense.
out of PEPAL, right?
This project.
Okay. And then just one last, on the last page where it talks about, there's another payment for Envision for 163. I know couple weeks ago, we talked about how many more there would be. Do you know what, like, is this just one more in our normal payments to them, or what is this?
Yeah, their contract is broken down based on the phases of the project. So this is a payment for the bidding documents of the project. If we move forward with the project, there's still contract left for the construction management piece of that. So there's, $1 to $2 million left on that contract to pay out.
So it was $163,000 for them to create the bidding document?
That's just a progress payment. Again, if you've seen the contract, it's broken down into phases, and it's basically percent complete. So they're 75%.
Yeah, but that includes all the engineering drawings, everything like that. Too.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that's quite a bit of work.
Well, that's what I'm just asking. Like, I don't know what those things include, and I don't know what I don't know, and the only way to know is to ask.
No, I just wanted to clarify. It's more than just that. I mean, it's engineering documents. It's
So, like, when Mr. Chapman brought that big thing in that one day that had all the plans, is that what you're talking about? Is that what this is, or is this something different?
That's absolutely part of.
That's part of that.
Part of their scope. Yep.
Okay. Not in this meeting since there's so much going on, but do you think at some point you could just help me go through the different phases and what the payment schedule is for them?
Yeah, we can pull the contract. And
I mean, I don't want to take extra of your time, but
no, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
We're good. All right. All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation, state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carried. That brings us to item 4 of the consent agenda. The Iowa Apprenticeship Act 84E funding. It is the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education accept with gratitude the Iowa Apprenticeship Act 84E funding in the amount of $21,192.29 from Iowa Workforce Development as presented.
So moved. Second.
I just had a quick question. So we have 37 kids in this, right? Is that what it said on the, if you read into the document, it lists supporting registered apprenticeship. So we have 37. Oh, Jeff's here.
The average adult focus time is 58 minutes. I guess I lost focus for a little bit. Yes.
Can you just explain a little bit what the act is, what they do, and then so it's $21,000, and it says it supports 37 apprentices, but it says it pays for reimbursement of wages and then also for a registered apprenticeship coordinator. So, like, those seem like kind of big things, and does 21,000 pay for it all?
No. Basically what happens is the state has $3 million, big pot of money, and anybody that has a registered apprenticeship, whether it's a school district, a post-secondary community college, a business in the state of Iowa, they can apply for this 84E grant. And what they do is they look at the total number of registered apprentices across the state. They take the $3 million and they divide it out amongst the number of entities that have applied for this grant. So this past year, I think like 5,133, 59 sponsors, which would be school districts, community colleges, and businesses, had 5,133 registered apprentices that applied for this grant. They just take the money and they divide it by that number. And that's what our grant number is. That's why it's $21,192. By the way, we are the single largest recipient of any K-12 district in the state, and only 2 educational entities, Hawkeye and Western Community College, have received more than us. We have taken in more money than Des Moines, Davenport, community colleges such as Kirkwood, DMAC, and so on. So we're doing a pretty good job in this area.
No, very much so. I was looking through the different numbers and always have to be a little impressed with where we are. So what covers then the rest of it? Do we?
Basically, we cover this. I mean, this is the cost of doing business.
Right.
This is a grant that just is, well, we pay for it as taxpayers, but that is distributed to support entities that engage in registered apprenticeships. So general budget pays for this. If you're a community college, general budget pays for that. If you're a business, your business budget pays for that. This is the state saying, here's some money. We appreciate what you're doing. We appreciate that you're training future workforce members, and they just set aside $3 million every year for that.
Are apprentices paid minimum wages or set amount for what an apprentice? Are all apprenticeships paid?
Apprenticeships are paid, correct.
Okay.
And it's just determined by, we basically work with our entities on that. Now, there's a lot of variables that go into that. Like with Unity Point, we had nurses that were involved in that, pre-nursing, CNAs, shift differentials, if you worked weekends. I mean, there's a lot of variables, but yeah, they're all paid.
Okay. And who is considered our registered apprenticeship coordinator?
Our work-based learning coordinator, Kelly Martin, would be.
Oh, that's okay. All right. I just guess somehow maybe I slipped this through before in other years. So thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
Seeing none. All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation, state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carried. Thanks, Jeff. The next item on our agenda is the IJAG Memorandum of Understanding. It's the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education approve the IJAG Memorandum of Understanding with East High School for students in grades 9 through 12, and the IJAG Memorandum of Understanding with Carver Academy and Bunger Middle School for students in grades 7 and 8 for the 2026, 2027, and 2027-2028 school years at a total district cost of $100,000.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, looks like kind of an unusual arrangement where it's $100,000 the first year and then none the second year. Is that what is?
Or the third.
Or the third. So tell me about.
Yeah, so what happened was early in the budget reduction process, IJAG was on, there's been so many iterations of the budget reduction document, but at one point that we were going to reduce the IJAG budget by $100,000. I think it was for 26, 27. When the word of that got out, there's a lot of advocates who are very supportive, both locally and at the state level, of the IJAG program. We had a number of people reached out in support and said, hey, we don't want to see that going away. What can we do to help fund the program? So we set up a meeting, a Zoom meeting. Actually, it might have been in person too. We had a Zoom and then an in-person meeting. Leadership from Des Moines, from IJAG, came up and said, hey, what can we do? We love having the program here in Waterloo, and we do too. I mean, we see a lot of the data. I mean, they impact a lot of students. But again, it comes back to what we were talking about earlier. When you're going through budget reductions, you're looking at every single area, and this was one that we thought, if we had to, these are not, we treat them as our employees, but they're not technically our employees. The way it works is for each IJAG employee, the Waterloo Schools is responsible for $25,000 worth of the salary and benefits. The state covers the other, whatever is remaining. And I don't know the exact, it might be another 35, 40,000, something like that. So IJAG reached out and said, hey, we want to do whatever we can to keep the program in Waterloo. Remember, there's 4 positions. There's 2 at East, there's 1 at Bunger, 1 at Carver. Basically, that whole alignment piece there in East High is covered through IJAG. So we told them point blank, like, hey, we're looking at every option to reduce money, to reduce budget. What can you do for us? And they said, we will. Hey, you worry about your district. You worry about the money there. We will find the funding. And I said, are you sure? I said for 1 year. They're like, no, we will find it for 2 years worth. At the end, 3 years out, we'll come back, or 2 years out, we'll come back and look at to see where the district is at. Hopefully, we're in a little bit better spot, and we can continue it. But they said we want to put your fears at ease about the IJAG program. So yeah, Lyle, we said we're good for this year. But then if they could help us out for 26, 27, 27, 28, we would love that. And they said they would do that. So we circled back and had meetings with the IJAG instructors, and we told them, this still has to go to the board. We said, we feel really good about, next year. IJAG is saying they're going to cover you for 26, 27. So, and we really didn't know 27, 28 with them when we met, but we put the IJAG staff at ease, saying we would have them covered for they had our word that we would, ultimately the board decides, but that we would have them covered, their jobs covered for the next 2 years. So that's kind of how that came about, was they caught wind that we were going through some financial difficulties, and they stepped up and said, we will find funding through the IJAG national program to find money. So
these are full-time positions?
These are full-time positions. They basically teach, in a nutshell, they teach half day, and they're providing student supports half day. So that's probably another example of a position that we've added to those.
Can you just explain a little more what you mean by student supports too, and what they teach?
Yeah. So we got Peyton. Peyton's here, and he can answer some of that for you.
We saw you back there.
I heard this was going to be on the potential discussion. It's like, let me hang around. Let me see if I can provide some insight here. So what they do is they do a lot of career readiness, a lot of social emotional things. When we talk about leadership, they actually hold their own elections for leadership roles within their programming. So they have president, vice president. They have like a society person that reaches out and brings the school in more into what IJAG is. So I've worked with IJAG. This is my 9th year, with my 6 years at East High, and then now 3 years at Carver. So I've seen it from the high school lens, but then I've also seen it how it facilitates and helps the kids grow from the middle school side. So they do, you hear they only teach a half day, which is, I think, what gets some people like, well, we're paying only for a half time, but they're out working with community members. They're bringing in community members in for job readiness. They're running job interviews. They're helping students. How do you fill out a job application? They're going on trips. They're really pushing the envelope on expanding our kids' horizons and what they see of what jobs could be, and or information, or helping the kids explore who they might be after high school. But I do also know with the high school set, so the 11-12 teacher at East High tracks for another year after high school. So when we look at the career readiness and those pieces, they have their own information databases that they pull from. I didn't come with information ready to go today, but I do know that those are pieces that they're looking at, where the students are, how they came, and where they're at after that year of high school. So
how long have we had this program?
So, boy, I would probably say 15 years at least. My first time at East High, we had the IJAG program. When I left and came back, it was still rolling and going from there. I will say this is probably the most consistent group of teachers we've had. So with that consistency, we start seeing that building onto itself. Working very closely with them on how to remove scheduling conflicts and ensuring students have access when they're ready for it, just like we do with our fine arts programs and different other programs in the building too.
So
it looks like 2006 was the first year.
Okay. So there's 5 primary performance goals that are identified here. Do we keep track of those?
They do. So we would go to them saying, where are they at? How are they measuring it, and how are they performing?
So can we get a report?
I'm guessing that we'd be able to.
Do we add that stuff then to the kids' Zello? I mean, does that get brought back in?
That's a great question. I don't know how closely aligned they are. Like I said, with it being 3 years out since I've been at East with the high school especially, And even when I was at East, I wasn't directly involved with them except for scheduling and trying to get kids to take the program because it does
Yeah.
provide a lot of value.
I'd like to see a report if we can, just to see how, anytime you have goals, you kind of need to
Gotta
have a
measure 'em.
report to see how you've.
Is there a limit on who can participate? How many, like what kind of numbers do they take?
So they shoot for 45, and especially early
Right,
on, like,
for each teacher?
Yep. So
Okay.
Munger's still a little low. Last time I talked with them, just to see how they were doing. But just anytime you're starting up something, it takes some time. I know at Carver we're at about 46 right now, and then East Highs, depending on the programs, the upper level programs were a little lower than the 9-10 program. But that's where you start seeing those scheduling conflicts. You start seeing some of those other things coming in, and that kind of takes out some of those numbers at that time too.
So I'm assuming, like you've stepped into the class, right? Like you've seen it. Is it something different than what is going to be taught in any other classroom?
It depends on what's going on, but you do see more hands-on just because you are seeing, prepping for a job interview. You're seeing them, they're doing posters on what they learned if they went down to the state capitol. They're doing a lot of things that we expect our teachers to do, and they're also part of the same PD that our teachers are a part of. So that they're getting that, high impact strategies. They're doing the different things just to enhance their curriculum at the same time.
And there's no
I
limit.
can help with that as well.
But there's no limit on, like, if a kid wants to do it, they can do it, right?
Yes.
So there's no, like, academic requirement or
it's just
or
it's a
income.
class. You
or
can schedule for the class.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
class, especially in high school. So I've had the opportunity to be asked to go to both Carver and East to speak to the IJAG programs for different reasons. As Mr. Payton said, at Carver, it was during the elections. So they were doing, of course, I don't know why, but they called me just going over the judicial process and how, you put your name in the hat, fill out the paperwork to be nominated. They actually did the votes there while I was there for president and vice president. They have a couple of more job titles that people hold. And then for the high school, it's more geared toward career readiness and job seeking. So I had an opportunity to talk a little bit about what I do in my position and get students interested in, what it could possibly look like after high school, after post-secondary, going toward either post-secondary education or going into the workforce and what they may look like, and just giving them different things to look at for careers and things of that nature.
And they
majors,
also,
careers. So,
and they also, when they're in high school, tracking credits. So if a student starts dropping back, they kind of is one of those lines of defenses we have to say, hey, you're falling behind. What are the barriers? As we've seen from even the discussions tonight, that's just that other layer of support to ensure that kids are getting what they need.
There's no, like, barrier to kids with IEPs or 504s taking the class, correct? Like,
wide open.
Okay. My only confusion had been it had been on the cut list, so that was too. I was just trying to figure out where the change came, but it came because they're willing to pay.
A lot of
for 2 years.
supporters out there, absolutely.
Okay.
And I forwarded 4 different emails with different couple newsletters, couple data point, end of year data report from last year, another data report from this year, so you can take a peek at those.
Jared, just a point of clarification. The employees, we're guaranteeing, and if the board approves, we're guaranteeing for the 3 years or 2 years? Because I think you mentioned 2. Is it all 3?
So when we met with them, what I told them was 2 years and then IJAG really wants to keep this program going. So they have circled back in their MOU and said, we're going for another year. We feel good. So 3 years is, IJAG is saying 3 years. Yep.
So we're getting 4 teachers a year for $33,000 a year is our contribution if you split it up.
Total.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying is you get 4.
Teachers, $33,000 for 3 years.
Yeah, for 4. Okay. Got ya.
No. $25,000. It's four teachers. There's 2 at East, so at 9, 10,
No,
and
I'm
11,
sorry.
12.
I meant all four together. The cost per year
Oh, yeah.
breaks down to
Yes.
$30,000.
4 for $33,000 per year, average. Okay.
8,000.
So any
8,000 per person.
Right. It's getting late. It's getting late. So all those, are we ready? We're ready for the vote?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carried. That brings us to item 7. To the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education post the 2.58 acres of green space located at the Greenbrier site, 1554 Oakwood Drive, Waterloo, noted as parcel B on the plat survey for sale.
So moved. Second.
And I think Janelle.
Yeah.
I think I pulled this one. I just wanted to highlight, at last meeting, we had the discussion about where physically this portion of green space is. It is at the southeast corner of Greenbrier. So
Got directions right now?
yeah, I got it right too, right? At the southeast corner. And pending approval, it'll be put up for sale. So
The easiest way, in case you're like, what southeast corner?
Quick
Across
Star.
from Quick Star. Across from okay. Yep.
all right. That's all I wanted to do was just highlight that to make sure the listening public knew exactly where the portion would be. So all those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation, state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carried. That ends our consent agenda items. Moving on to our next item. It is item 12, West High girls basketball trip to Illinois. It is the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education approve travel for the West High girls basketball team to compete in the Darrell Kipp Memorial Basketball Tournament in Des Plaines and Chicago, Illinois, from January 17th through 18th, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
And I see we have Dr. Pappas here. Thank you for sticking with us throughout the evening. You want to come give us a little bit more information about this so I don't have to read this long spiel? I've been talking a lot this evening. And you're always so eloquent.
Yeah, I'll be glad to. Actually, I want to thank the board for all their efforts and years of service, and especially you, Mr. Smith, 32 years. You're only about 15 years behind me.
It's not a goal.
Have to have a little levity after 3 hours here. Okay. Dale Kipp Memorial Basketball Tournament. Dale Kipp was a good friend of mine, and I met him in 1985, which 40 years ago now. He passed away. And a person in Chicagoland area put together this Dale Kipp Memorial Basketball Tournament, and he invited us to attend. And we've I think this is the 8th or 9th time we've traveled around the country in the last 30, 40 years here. And we try to, every 4 or 5 years or so, give our students opportunity to experience a cultural happening, so to speak. And it costs the school district absolutely no district money whatsoever. I think the last time I was here, I was explaining about my Nike contract and the money that's generated. So all the fundraising money is already in place, plus plenty of extra. But what we would plan to do is we would go and play at Darrell Kipp's school, which is Maine West, a suburb of Des Plaines, Illinois. If you're familiar, it's just right outside of Chicago. And then the next day we would do some really neat things with our players there. We get up and actually a little background, my mother is from Chicago, 3311 North Clark, and so I spent my summers there growing up, so I have a great understanding of Chicago. And I take them and show them where actually I grew up, spent my summers, which is 3 blocks south of Wrigley Field, if you're familiar with that. And then we take them to Nike Town because they always like to go to Nike Town. Then we take them on a subway ride, which is a really great experience for them because very few, if any of them, have actually ridden a subway.
Yeah, and it's interesting for the kids to find out that a lot of kids in Chicago go to school on the subway.
Yeah, right.
That's how they get to
Absolutely.
school.
Absolutely. And then we take them to the Museum of Science Industry, which is a world-class museum, and spend the rest of the day there. Then come back. It's over Martin Luther King's birthday weekend, and so we'll be back Sunday night, and then Monday there's no school. And as I said, there's absolutely no cost to the school district. It's a great opportunity. Travel party of approximately 18 athletes and coaches with a total cost probably less than $2,000 total for the entire thing. And that's treating our students first class, student athletes first class.
I'm glad.
That's the Reader's Digest version of it. I think you have the itinerary and my letter in front of you as well. But any questions?
Oh, I'm glad you reiterated no cost to the district. You're not to win us over.
And thank you for doing this.
Hell yeah.
The experience is
Yeah, absolutely.
invaluable.
Well, that's our job. You know, your life is the sum of your experiences, and that's what we try to give all of our students. And and I've been very fortunate to have been doing it for almost 50 years now. Most of them in Waterloo, by the way.
I know it's not part of the motion, but I would like to offer you a personal congratulations on the Hall of Fame nomination at the National High School Athletic Coach Association. So, great honor. Congratulations.
Thank you for that, Mr. Knight. And as I stated in the paper and the press release, once again, it's a sum of 48 years of head coaching and all the people that have been part of the journey, whether it's the student athletes, the parents, the administrators, the school boards. I mean, obviously, I've sat through a lot of school board meetings and people over almost 50 years here, but I really appreciate you acknowledging me, and I've been very, very, very lucky to have had a lot of great support here. So thank you.
Well deserved. Well deserved. Any more questions, comments? So all those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation, state aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Have fun. Enjoy.
Yes.
That brings us to the next item on our agenda, adoption of district developed service delivery plan DDSDP. It is the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education approve the district developed service delivery plan as presented.
Second.
And I see we have Megan Allen, Director of Special Education, and Sunny Hart, Associate Director of Special Education, here to give us a little bit more information about this.
All right, Sunny and I are excited to talk to you about our draft plan. All of you have a copy of it. You might be wondering what this 7-page plan is all about. So Sunny and I are going to give a high-level overview of what our committee has put together. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, so by law, school districts in Iowa have to develop and describe how services are going to be delivered to students with IEPs. We engage in this accreditation process every 5 years. So the last time you approved our plan was in actually while we were shut down during COVID. So for those of you who have been with us for longer, you may not remember going through this because it probably looked very different the last time. So it's important to note that writing the plan down on the page, what you're looking at, is just like phase one, describing the plan in writing. The next phase, phase two, is the implementation of the plan. So that takes a different set of lifting of roles and responsibilities with Sunny and I leading out professional development with a variety of our staff. Okay, so we're just going to walk you through some really high level points on each page because we know you probably don't need to read every word on every page like we have many times. Okay, so if you turn to page 2, you'll see our table of contents, and you'll notice that there are 5 questions. DDSDPs must answer these 5 questions, so that is basically how the plan is organized and information is presented to answer those questions. So turn over to page 3. So here is an overview of the steps steps in completing the service delivery plan. So number one is the district selects a committee. You'll see that on the next page, all of our committee members. But just a big celebration here that it more than doubled the size of our last committee. So that is a celebration for Sunny and I. There are a lot of people interested in developing this work. Special education is on a lot of people's hearts and minds all the time, and we were thrilled to have as big of a committee as we did. We also knew that that committee wasn't going to capture all people's thoughts and opinions, so we sent out a survey ahead of time to get more stakeholder input for the team to consider. So step two, the committee reviews and analyzes the data and develops the plan. So our data is that survey data that I mentioned. And other districts' DDS-DPs. So we have researched a variety of those. Some of you had access to those. I sent those ahead of time, but that was really helpful when we were drafting and considering our plan is what do other places look like? Our people really appreciated that opportunity. So step three, the plan was made available for public comment. Then we submitted to the AEA and the draft was approved. And here we are tonight presenting to you for approval. So the two big parts that we want to draw your attention to in our plan are the continuum of service and the caseload review. There's a lot of extra information in the plan, but those are the two really big parts. So we'll have you turn to page 6. And this outlines our draft continuum. So when we looked at our survey data, there was two big themes that surfaced from the people who completed the survey. The first one was that our continuum was clearly defined and easy to read. However, people felt that it wasn't enough to meet the needs of our learners, particularly in the small group setting. So the committee made recommendations, we shaped them up and drafted them into the table that you see on page 6. So in the left-hand column, that describes the continuum model, starting at the top from least to most restrictive as you move down that table. So in that number one box, if you will, a student would be in general education, like a gen ed classroom, and receiving their special education services indirectly through consultation. So the special education teacher would consult with the general education teacher who would then provide the service. So that's like the least level of restriction. As we move down, more opportunities occur in the gen ed setting with some co-teaching, also some small group instruction within the gen ed setting. The next level down would be more small group, so not the gen ed setting, getting those services in a smaller place with less distractions. Number 4, that's our specialized programs that we have here in Waterloo. You've probably heard extended core and behavior focus. Those are district programs. They aren't available in every school. We do have them in several, but that is part of our district continuum, as we would call it. And then the last one, the most restrictive, would be our students who receive their instruction in the hospital setting, homebound setting, potentially River Hills, the Lead Center, things outside of our district. So I'm going to pause there and just see if there's any questions about our continuum of service that we're proposing based on page 6.
So, you said that extended core and what was the other one?
Behavior focus.
Behavior focus aren't in all other districts?
They're not in all of our schools.
Oh,
We
gotcha.
only have
Okay.
those programs in some of our schools.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Look at you guys. So the next 5 pages just break down each of those models in more detail. So we can skip through those. You have them if you'd like to read more about them. So that will get us to page 13, where we switch gears and start talking about how caseloads for special education teachers are determined. So our committee that analyzed our input data landed on the following trends. Learners with behavior intervention plans should be weighted a little heavier, or another way to say that would be teachers should get more points if they have a lot of kids on their roster who require behavior intervention plans. If they utilize alternate assessment, which if a student, the IEP team sometimes determines that a student isn't going to take FAST or ISASP, we have alternate assessments to those that are significantly modified. So our committee felt like those students should be weighted a little bit higher. And also the number of teachers that it takes to collaborate with. So for example, if I'm an extended core teacher, I might have K through 5th grade kids in my class, and now I have to collaborate with 5 different grade level teachers to make sure that I'm providing both core instruction and their specially designed instruction. So those were some important factors that our committee felt weren't represented in our last plan and wanted represented in this plan.
So this sheet is a customized,
Say that again.
this sheet is a customized weighting sheet that you developed?
Just for the caseload, the roster teacher's caseload. The AEA weights our students through their IEP, but this is just a caseload for a teacher.
But the weighting factors
Correct.
were you,
Yeah, our committee's
Are yours.
determination.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. So if you turn over to the next page, page 14, you'll see all those factors. And then in the third column over, that's the weighting, if you will, or points that help us determine a full roster.
how many points is a full-time?
85 is what we consider a full roster. And that doesn't always equate to meaning, oh, now we need another staff. It's our first task we do is look at that building and everyone's caseloads and try to balance within that special education team versus always looking to staff another person.
What is the difference between service provider and facilitator?
That is a great question. So if when you see facilitator, that means that a special education teacher is the owner or like the case manager for that IEP. But there could be several different people that provide a service within that IEP. So it's very common in our secondary buildings that some special education teachers deliver all the reading and writing service, and some do all of the math service. So our committee felt like service providers should be given some points too, because they might provide service for, let's say, 50 goal areas, but maybe only have 15 students on their roster. So they wanted that to be considered and counted when their caseload is being determined. So that's the difference. So this piece of data, we have all special education teachers go through this process at mid-year, and that helps us, like I said, determine if any roster changes are needed at the building level. So some things that we saw this past year were that sometimes we have one strategist whose caseload is really high, and there are others that aren't. So then Sunny and I work with those building principals to balance out the caseloads.
This is if they come to you, right? Or is this just...
So not for this first part that all strategists engage in December. Sunny and I review all of them, all caseloads, all buildings at mid-year.
Okay.
But if there was a strategist, and so let me back up. We review all of them at mid-year, and then we communicate with the building principal the results of our review. Sometimes that's your rosters look balanced, great job. Sometimes that's you don't have balanced rosters. Here's some considerations that you should think about. Beyond that, if I think it's the very next page, Stacy, if a special education teacher has concerns about their caseload and we've already tried to work through it at the building level, then they can email me and ask me to do a different kind of review.
How does our system look compared to other districts?
Very similar. That was something that we discovered in all the plans that we researched. All were very similar with a little twist on semantics of how things were described in the plans.
I have them so I can share them with,
thank you,
with the others.
Yeah.
These are the like surrounding districts in the state.
Okay. So that's kind of the gist of the caseload review. Any questions on that or anything in the plan?
Something that they had brought up during the presentation that we did was, can you talk a little bit about compensation in times where we're not able to maybe balance a caseload?
Oh, sure. Yep. So we do have some instances where we've started the year with a vacancy. Like we haven't been able to fill all of our special education positions. So in that case, then rosters at particular buildings are heavy because even if we are short a strategist, we still have to serve the kids. But that makes rosters heavy. So we do have different types of compensation in place. We have a few different metrics for like they're operating on a vacancy or this teacher went on maternity leave. We have kind of different options to work through to compensate people for the extra work that they're doing. And yeah, and stipends for bigger programs. Any other questions?
Anything? Good. I mean, you did a great job.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys and everybody who presented it to those of us who wanted a deeper dive. It was really interesting, and now I'm going to visit more. So
please do. Yeah,
but thank
let me
you.
know.
You guys have a big plate. It's a very big plate.
We love it.
Okay, so all those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for your patience as well.
What, they don't like being here till 8:08?
I don't either. That brings us to the next item on our agenda. The Waterloo High School project bid alternates and funding. It is the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education prioritize alternates 1, which is the multi-purpose field, 2, tennis courts, 5, pool locker rooms, 6, re-injection well, and 8, motorized rigging lines set for lighting when considering the Waterloo High School project bid vote on May 14th.
So moved.
Second.
And Zach, who wants to take this? I'll give you a little insight on it. Yeah. Let me get my technology together. There we go. Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, so got kind of a big week here. Tonight the action step here is to, we've had a lot of conversations about the bid coming in, and then whether or not to accept these alternate bids. So that's been a conversation with a small part of the group with our finance committee. but we do have we have Zach here, we got Tim Turnus here, we've got Tim Oswald here. Really, it's an opportunity for us. Remember, we tried to could we find a time to sit with the board and go over the funding options with the board to make sure they're aware of kind of what we're looking at. And we couldn't find a night, so we said we're going to use tonight to kind of just go through some of the information with you, with JT and Tim and just to make sure the full board understands kind of what the decision is here. And so again, there's a lot here we want to go through with you, but we couldn't find that time for all of us to get together. So tonight is that night to have all the experts in the room. We've also got Dr. Pappas who stuck around, Naomi Kraus who stuck around. Also, if you have any questions about the impact of the alternate bids, that would be, they're kind of speaking on behalf of some of our staff. So just going to kind of clump all that in here to this conversation. And again, we're going to focus some on, we've been crunching the numbers, watching the interest rates to make sure that we're good to move forward with this project. And then we'll talk about what Wednesday night means as well. So I guess we can start. We got Tim. You guys, thanks for sticking around. Zach, we can talk a little bit about the alternate bids. And then we can also talk bigger picture in terms of the funding structure. So I guess we'll start with you guys and maybe talk about what those alternate bids are. And we've kind of narrowed the focus of those alternate bids down a little bit based on feedback from board members.
But this isn't actual approval, it's prioritization.
Prioritization, we can talk about that. Now, that's not official approval because I won't come to Wednesday night, but would really like to make sure that we know from the district's perspective, does the board feel comfortable moving forward with these pieces of the alternate bids, given the interest rates that we have as of today, is kind of the conversation.
We want to start with the money part, or is it easier to start with the alternate
Well, I guess, board, what would you prefer?
I kind of like to know how much money I have before I talk about buying stuff, but that's just me. So,
Would you prefer to go we
that's
can go
just
that way.
me. It's up to everybody else.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tim Oswald from Piper Sandler's here. He's been assisting us through the financing piece of the project. He's provided quite a few scenarios up to this point for the finance committee. We've sent some to the entire board as well, but he's here today with updated scenarios to talk about the different options, as well as just kind of how where interest rates are at and where we expect them to be in a couple days. So I'll give Tim the floor.
All right. Thanks. So you have some charts in front of you that I prepared. We have updated those for end of today. They're not in front of you. They're in JT's inbox, but and we'll obviously keep updating scenarios as we work our way through tomorrow and into Wednesday. So let's talk about Wednesday a little bit. In terms of what happens on Wednesday, the underwriter will start in the morning taking orders for the bonds. We will have agreed on where we think interest rates are Tuesday night. And then again, we'll touch base on Wednesday real quick to make sure that nothing has changed from Tuesday night. If you like international politics, you would note that somebody says something and the markets freak out sometimes. So we do have to kind of watch that. And throughout the course of the morning, we'll have orders from investors coming in. If we have a lot of orders, that may mean that we have the interest rates a little too high. We don't have a lot of orders at all. That may mean we have the interest rates a little too low. So we'll work through with investors to gather their feedback, good and bad. With the goal that we'd have the sale wrapped up by, let's say, 1 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon. Wrapped up means rates are set, finalized, subject to the board's approval at your meeting Wednesday evening. In terms of where our rates, so remember that we get excited in my world about the second decimal place. Rates moved about 0.02% today, and yet they generally had a positive tone in the marketplace. One thing I would tell you is that this is not the kind of COVID era where, anytime we had a project, we might have 5 banks lined up trying to buy what one bank was going to end up with. In this market, we're dealing a lot of times with just enough investor interest to fill out what we're trying to finance. So we don't have a lot of duplication, and so we have to be very careful and mindful of the feedback we do get from investors. If I say something you want to talk about, please stop and I'll interrupt.
So the 4.67 is now 4.69?
No, yes, in logical sense, but then the flip side of that is that we think the spread's tightened a little bit, and so we're probably still in that 467 range.
And is that a pure rate, or are there points?
Pure, yeah. So that's including fees.
Okay.
Yep, I think that's your question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we set our rate. They're not, when we go to sell it, let's explain it like I'm 5. So
Yeah.
let's just start. You said the underwriters will start taking orders for the bonds.
Correct.
Is that what you said? Yeah. But the interest rate, it just kind of is what it is, right? Or do we?
Go ahead.
No, or do we put what we want on there? Is that what you were saying?
So yes, it's a negotiation process. So for example, and I don't mean to be a smart aleck, but let's say you want 2%.
Mm-hmm.
Guess how many orders you're going to get? Exactly. Let's say the investors want 9%, but that's not acceptable to you. So the back and forth process is we set realistic rates based on where other things are selling in the marketplace and getting done. We have a lot of experience with save bonds selling. Had an issue sell today for save bonds. So we have a really good handle on where interest rates ought to be.
Can you say what that one sold for?
It's a different issue and I don't remember the numbers.
Okay.
It wouldn't be apples and oranges.
Okay.
So, but I don't look at the average rate. I actually look at what each individual bond is selling at and the spread over the index. So let's talk about that. I'll circle back to your question. So on the interest rate page, you'll see there are some columns there. And the column numbers are across the top, and column 1 lists an index. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, you're on page 2 of the packet.
Sorry.
Yep. Yep, so turn it over.
And column 1 lists an index that updates daily, and it's called MMD. Municipal market data is an index that all of us in the industry use to track interest rates. And if you're a buyer of a bond, it's not any different than if you were maybe going to the bank to buy a CD. In the old days, they had a chart in the entryway, and it said a 3-month CD has this rate, and a 1-year CD has that rate. Now it's all online. But the longer an investor ties up their money, typically the higher an interest rate that investor expects to get paid for that return. So investors here are the same way. So in MMD, if you kind of eyeball it, you look, the lowest rates tend to be in the first year, and the highest rates tend to be in the 30th year. Now, sometimes we get inverted and things aren't exactly like that, but that's generally speaking, if you look at that, you see an index for each year is a little bit higher than the year before.
So is there a duration associated with each of these?
Yeah, each year's bond is sold to a separate investor, and they earn that interest on that particular bond. So, for example, on that same page, if you look, the first bond comes due in 2032. The index today, 3.05%. We think that will be sold to an investor at a rate of 3.60. So that investor will earn that interest rate from now until 2032, at which point the bond will be paid off by the district. Does that answer your question?
I think so. So you're issuing it today for a maturity of
That one's 7
July
years.
of 33.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so when we calculate that 467 you mentioned, it's the sum of every one of those payments starting in 2032 and ending in 2050. And then for the math geeks, it's the net present value discount factor of the sum of those. So the one thing so each individual bond has its own rate. Now they may be the same. 2 or 3 years may have the same interest rate. But each individual will have its own, and it gets sold to a different investor. So when the underwriter is posting what it thinks the rates ought to be, they're looking at every single one of those years and saying, all right, here are 5 example issues that are similar to Waterloo that have sold in the last 2 days, and here's the rate they achieved to get a successful sale. Is that doing okay?
So every year is a different bond?
Every year's a different bond, yeah.
Wait, so ours gets resold every year?
No. thank you.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand what you're saying.
So you'll get, each year has its own purchaser. They buy the bond up front. So some of them will be paid for 7 years. Another one will be paid for 8, another one for 9. Eventually, the last one is paid for the full, 20 plus years of the bond.
Mm-hmm.
So each individual payment has its own investor who owns that specific payment. Now, they may be the same investor, but they're not always the same investor. So it's not like a home loan where you take out a loan and that bank holds the entire loan for 30 years.
Or they sell it, the
Or
whole
they
thing.
sell it, right? Here, we sell off each individual year's payment could be to a different investor.
How many years do we have on ours? Like how many are there for us?
25.
There's 25.
Yeah. Your payments will run through 2050.
Okay. But the underwriter's going to sell them for us. Like we don't, right? We're trusting they're going to get the best deals, right?
That's their job, yeah.
So they could sell one that's due in a year for 10,000. Is that what you mean? If they piecemeal everything? I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying.
So they would sell, so if the first payment was 3 million, they would have to, in the first year, they would have to find investors to buy 3 million of that's due in that first year. So that's their job. So if they take a whole lot of $10,000 buyers to try and get that piece.
It's just what we'd owe every year. You have to.
Correct.
Okay.
Doing okay?
Now I am.
So each bond is sold. The underwriter is a company that you've hired. It's a company called D.A. Davidson. We're your advisor. Our job is to double check their numbers and tell them that we agree or disagree. We do that legwork up front. We've already had initial conversations with them about items we think they're right on and items we would like to push them a little bit on. So we'll keep having those discussions throughout tomorrow and into Wednesday. Ultimately, their job is to get $88 million of bonds sold on Wednesday at a fair and reasonable interest rate, lowest possible that we can. That's what our driving goal is. Doing okay? So I'll quickly kind of walk through the interest rates because we need to talk more about other things. So, what we see is rates are going to range from, and it's in the second column there, 360 in 2032, probably out to almost 5% in the last maturity. And in the fifth column, you'll see what we call the spread. So that's the difference between what the rate is that the investor's being paid and what the index is. We look carefully at the spreads and we cross compare those to other issues. And we see spreads that are ranging from 0.5% over the index to 0.6% over the index. Very much in line with where other SAVE issues have sold recently. So And again, if it weren't, we would be having that conversation with Davidson. Ultimately, I think your goal is to sell as many of the bonds as you can. We know that. If rates were 2%, we would be talking about a much larger number than 88 million. If rates were 6%, we'd be having a completely different conversation altogether today. So
how much cushion is there in the rate and the capacity for $88.6 million? In other words, how high would the interest rate have to go in order for us not have the capacity?
So I'm going to turn your question around slightly. The 88.5 million is current rates, takes us up, and we're borrowing as much as we can under the terms of the resolution. Rates go down a little bit, that 88 million goes up a little bit. Rates go up, the 88 million goes down a little bit. Absent a catastrophic type movement, we're talking about hundreds of thousands deviation either direction if rates move up or down. So we're pretty close in spot at, I think we're at 88.5-ish million right now. We're pretty close to where we should end up absent some really significant interest rate change.
So that's not a totally fixed number, but almost fixed?
It'll be fixed on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yep. When you vote on Wednesday, it will be a fixed, final, done deal.
Okay.
I should probably pause because I think you should talk to the good folks behind me too. Do you have any interest rate type questions? I'll sit down and let them.
88 then is what we're going to pay, or is that what we'd get? Is that what we're trying to bond? 88. Okay. Okay.
So we want to be mindful of everyone's time. Do you want us to go through the description of all the alternates, or do you guys have a specific question on them? We can surely go through all of them. But
My preference would be to go through all of them. It's I don't know what everyone else's is.
Would that be all of the recommendation or all?
Is that, have you looked over the alternates?
Yeah, but
Maybe we could find out if we agree on any of the 5, and we could just leave those out.
And when you say all, do you mean the ones that are listed, or do you mean?
I mean all the ones that are listed as, yeah, because I mean I don't know what I don't know. So unless we talk about what it is, you know what I mean, and what the pros and cons of each of them are.
So in your packets, I believe we provided some information last week. Pam, I don't know if you got it in the packets or not with all the alternate descriptions. Alternate number 1 is really talking about the multi-purpose field, and it's part of the recommendation tonight. It is to basically exchange natural grass for artificial turf and construct a competition style field that would be capable of hosting soccer events. Although it is built for that, there is a lot of other uses associated with that field from a day-to-day perspective, from PE classes to marching band to various other outdoor activities that could happen on an artificial turf field, given that we wouldn't have to deal with kind of weather conditions, muddy conditions that natural grass fields would have. Alternate number 2 is really to construct.
Wait, so the 1.5 million extra from base to alternate is really just to make it turf rather than grass?
Correct. And adds lighting.
And lighting.
Correct.
Okay.
Fencing.
Right.
Drainage.
Yeah, it's in the description.
I mean,
that's provided there.
the base fit just includes
But the
grass and irrigation.
but it's still like regulation size, like field and everything, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Alternate 2. Alternate 2 is to reconstruct really the tennis courts
The base bid is really the removal of the existing tennis courts and to provide grass and irrigation to make that grass grow. Alternate number 3 and 4 kind of go together, and I'm going to provide just a brief description of both of those. So within the existing building, there is some light colored carpet in classrooms and corridors. This alternate is identifying the scope to replace that carpet in 3 years when this building is set to open as a new high school.
And that's the new carpeting that was just put into Central recently, right?
Correct.
And
Yep.
typically, how long do we give that carpeting?
Well, this also, I might add too, that this does the WCC, so that was done in the first phase as well, which would be 2018.
Okay.
if I remember. So we kind of went outside of our scope a little bit with what was quoted here, so that's kind of like what my recommendation is, to not do those alternate carpet replacements, and we'll treat those in-house. They're carpet squares, so we can change them individually. rather
Easily
than-
replaced.
Yes.
Yep. There's just a large scope here, and that's why those numbers are so high. And as far as those alternates go, it's not part of the recommendation tonight.
Because normally, how long do we expect those to last?
They could last upwards to 20 plus years, just depends on how well they're maintained and what kind of traffic they get.
For instance, hospitals, 8 to 10 years tops, high traffic areas, which would be corridors in this case.
Is the carpet going to be, it is in the corridor, like the hallway is carpet? I mean,
Some hallways,
not just the stuff in Central, is the new carpet too?
some of the hallways.
Okay.
Some of it will be polished concrete.
Correct. Alternate number 5 is to update the pool locker room. Again, this is basically in original condition as it was built with the pool. So that one's really just to update the locker room, provide men's and women's locker room there. Currently, it's kind of a hodgepodge.
It's kind of a multi-use, so right now it's used for both men's and women's. And then we don't have our swim coach here to give some details, but apparently that becomes the other factor too. Is I left out there's locker rooms to the north of the gym that the pool uses as well. Well, when that renovation happens, those locker rooms will no longer be there, so we'll be just down to the one size of the pool locker room, which
That's
is
correct.
Jason. Right.
Okay, moving on. Alternate number 6 is a second re-injection well. This is really a number that we have to hold throughout construction until the systems become operational to see what sort of capacities the existing wells have. So this is typical of what we did with the last project as well. We bid this additional scope as an alternate, so we understand what that cost is on day one. But we don't know if we actually need it until the systems are operational and pulling water and re-injecting the water into the wells.
I don't know what a re-injection well is.
It's basically just like a well that pulls water out, except the water's going back down.
Part of the geothermal system, so it's
Oh.
aquifer,
Yes.
the water
Okay.
below ground.
Energy efficient systems that I believe most, if not all, of your buildings in the district have.
And I will say for past project that we did that included the well as the alternate, we ended up not needing it, and 90% chances we're not going to end up needing it. So that's basically
Right.
just going to be a contingent.
Other questions there? Alternate number 7 is a portable acoustical shell for the small auditorium only. This is really to reshape the stage and to project the sound out in a more efficient manner for those vocal performances and speaking performances. And so this is really something that can be added later. It's something that's purchased and just brought to the site, really almost assembled already. So that's why it's not part of the recommendation today, but it could be explored at a later date.
Where is the small auditorium going to be?
It's the existing auditorium.
Oh, the existing, okay.
Alternate number 8 is related to the theater as well. We're talking about 4 motorized line sets for lighting that's actually on the stage itself. So with this description here, this promotes safety and usability of these line sets because they are very heavy, to make them motorized instead of questions? Okay. Alternate number 9, again, is in the theater, additional portable theater lighting fixtures. These would go on the wings of the auditorium as well as kind of line sets that are above the house. And so again, these are things that can be purchased off the shelf and brought to the site at any time. So these are easy items to identify as alternates. It's not part of the recommendations. And then alternate number 10 is a pipe material change. And Zach, I'll let you talk about this one a little bit related to the pipe.
Yep, so this is for the HVAC system, the geothermal system, the closed loop inside of the building. Currently, the last project we did was poly piping, so it's plastic piping. The joints are fused. The installation is a longer process, but long-term, we have less maintenance costs just because of the fittings are actually fused instead of soldered, with copper. In 2018, in that project, it was a mixture. So we did have some copper piping. So that's where we just included this deduct as an option. But base bid does include the poly piping, which is what we would like to. Yes, yep, which is what we would like to recommend. And that is it of all the alternates.
Are there any questions? Did we receive all the information we needed?
So with the existing tennis courts that are there, there's no way to make those usable, like to fix them. They just need to be tore out.
They're beyond their
completely.
end of useful.
And there is an elevation change to back there where we actually have to raise the elevation where the tennis courts are at. So basically we would be putting dirt on top of the existing concrete. So that's what we had proposed of replacing the tennis courts, which are currently 8 courts right now. They would be replaced with 8 courts.
So kind of what I'm hearing from you guys, I'm sorry, I thought you finished your thought. Did you get what you needed?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Kind of what I'm hearing from you guys is the 5 that we've selected tonight are, I mean, you identified a lot of them that these are off the shelf purchases. These can be done later. This can be done later. This can be done later. So it sounds like the district has really kind of prioritized 5 things that they think are really important that have to be done. And I agree. I mean, soccer, marching band, that's gonna be a class. Gym, that's gonna be a class that's on day 1. So it kind of feels like these 5 things are put in front of us to prioritize because they're things that would affect students on day 1. Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah, so just so the board knows, we did have our facilities committee, Asker, Lyle, Jesse, sat in this room about a month ago with our athletic directors. Dr. Pappas was there, our principals, and really we talked about all the kind of the hidden, I guess not costs, but the hidden savings of having to, especially with the turf field. I know you haven't asked any questions about that, but there's a lot of cost savings. A turf field is a little bit of money up front, but when you think about all the money that's saved, there's a lot of, they did a really good job of it kind of explaining that. I know that's not really a question right now, but just so you're aware, and Naomi too did, checked with her theater people, the music people, and said, hey, of the 3 items, the shell and the 2 options for the lighting and the, what do we really need to have? And you guys did a good job explaining. It's really just that motorized piece that we need right now. So Janelle, you said it really well. Like we've kind of vetted, we kind of said, hey, we can really hold off on some of these things, but we really feel like we need those 5 of the 10. and the other 5 can be either not be done or be done at a later time. So yes. Do you feel like you need more rationale for the turf field, or you feel like you're good?
Yeah, I mean, if Dr. Pappas would like to speak, I'd love to understand the differences, but if other people don't need it, that's
So
fine.
you ain't got to get up. Come on.
Just from a marching band perspective, it's going to make a huge difference.
The difference between a turf field and the grass field. When we have the grass field at Memorial Stadium, we use that grass field approximately 10 times a year. Once we went to artificial turf, that increased to 110 to 120 event nights. Now, there's opportunity costs, if you're familiar with economics, there's opportunity costs also involved. And what I mean by that is now with the regular grass field, we usually have to have a maintenance person in charge of that field almost year round. So you're paying a salary. Then of course there's fertilizer, mowing, all the things that go along with that, and Zach can attest to that. So there's a significant cost just to maintaining a regular grass field. With the turf field, that is minimized. Now, the turf field will last anywhere from 10 to 12, maybe 12 to 14 years. The replacement costs roughly 2/3 of the initial cost, just so you know that up front as well.
And there's also a push when it's a grass field to keep the kids off the field, keep the kids off the field, keep the kids off the field that we won't have
right
if it's a turf field.
And, you address marching band. And I said it in the meeting, all the studies tell you marching band is the hardest on a regular grass field. And we hosted the state, when I was the athletic director at West, we hosted state marching band contest on a night that it rained, and thank goodness it was after the last home football game.
It was
the
bad.
field was destroyed. You were probably there
I was
too.
there.
The field was totally destroyed.
There are some destroyed band uniforms too.
Unusable. Now, the other part of the opportunity costs on the turf field is rentals. And since they're enclosed, we've actually rented that field out many, many nights or evenings or weekends and generated income that never would have been generated on a regular grass field. So, there's an example of opportunity costs.
My
And one
question
other
just is do we need 2 turf fields? Is my only question. Since we already have the Memorial Field, is it necessary to have another turf field or not?
That's a great question. What we have, and we're careful now, is at this time, we have middle school track practicing, while sometimes and unsafely, there would be soccer practice.
Okay.
And that's one thing that we want to go away from. But the other thing that, puts us at a disadvantage is, especially and I'll use gyms as an example, and then you can transfer it to courts. If you don't have enough gym space, then you're practicing in the morning at 6 a.m. And who's hurt by practicing at those hours? The disadvantaged, the people on the downside of advantage. In other words, low socioeconomic people, and those are the people that get hurt by that, and in turn kind of hurt our total programs. Same thing with the turf fields here. You have football teams and marching band that want to practice on those fields. Mm-hmm. That's where they're going to be practicing.
Right.
Okay. And during the soccer season, you'll have men's and women's soccer both, but then you'll also have track going on. So you're trying to minimize the safety issues, keep it as safe as possible, but yet maximize the use of all your fields there. And I probably didn't explain that very well, but I hope you get the gist of what I'm trying to say.
Do other big districts do other big high schools have 2 typically?
Yes, there are several that have 2 synthetic turf fields. Absolutely.
And,
in the state of Iowa.
And 3 to 4 gyms, but that's another story.
Okay.
Well,
Technically,
yeah,
it also takes the load off of the stadium field as well. Just as Dr. Pappas said, how much use it gets, we're able to use the practice field and not quite,
Your replacement, your timing for replacement is extended from less wear. And
What's
correct me
the
if I'm
difference in
wrong.
size too? I'm sorry. What's the difference? Is a soccer field bigger or smaller or what?
Wider.
Wider.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can say technically, I think our Memorial Field is not regularly set for soccer, correct?
Correct.
field would be
My only hesitation is to not continue to call it a soccer field.
Yeah.
And because we talked about multi-purpose,
Yep.
the multi-purpose field, because it'll be definitely utilized for more than just soccer. And I think marching band will probably be the.
Will it be lined as a soccer field and a football field? Okay.
Yeah. But what I didn't mention is also be used for phys ed classes during the regular school day as well. So you have your student population that's utilizing these fields as well. Well, right now, on those grass fields at West, I'll use those as an example. It's like, hey, you know, you're not getting on that practice football field because you're destroying it for football practice. I hate to say it. Or, you know, it's so run down. I know Zach's dealt with, we've been trying to find a solution to seeding that field to make it really usable. And then the coaches say, well, it's uneven, it's broken down, there's bare spots, and you know, then it leads to injuries. We don't want to use it. I'll add my last 2 cents here and then I'll get off. In the meeting with the architects and the financial committee, facilities committee, I said, and I visited the newest high schools in the state of Iowa, not even the ones around the CIML or Des Moines, and I don't want to use their names because you'll figure it out anyway, and I don't want to offend them. But when I visited both of those institutions, second I went in, the people, or whether it be the coaches or administrators, said, look, we made a giant mistake. We didn't have enough seating here. And now we can't even seat enough people for our events. Or I went to another one and they said, look at this. We have an athletic training room that's like a janitor's closet to save money. And the thing is, we're stuck with this for 100 years now. And so all I'm imploring you to do is make the best decisions. You know, obviously you're great stewards of the money of the district, but know and understand, yeah, we might be stuck with this for 100 years. And we want to do what's right. You know, the flip side of it too, and I said it in the meeting, I asked Kate, because she was at the meeting, she's on vacation now. I said, like, the swim locker room, once we do all this other construction, now you can't go back in there very easily. You can at a massive cost to reconstruct this swim locker room. And so you have this swim locker room, you keep it. It was built, by the way, in 1972, in case you didn't know. So it'll be 56 years old when we go in there. So you have this 56-year-old locker room, but the rest of the building is brand new. So you're treating those people as third-class citizens by, you know, or in 2 years you spend $2 million because you've got ventilation problems and heating problems, and now you have to work around all the new construction after it's been fully constructed. But those are the types of things that you have to think about there. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate you, Dr. Pappas. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Appreciate you. Any more questions, comments? So we have the information we need. This will be Wednesday. So I'll give you.
I just want to make sure everyone on the funding piece, you have the summary sheet. We didn't really talk about that, but I mean, it's pretty straightforward in a way. But if you want Tim to come back up and kind of go through that, that might be helpful.
Is this the one where we went through and showed?
Oh, man.
I'm looking at number 5.
Sure.
Number 8 and number 9.
Yep.
All right. They all have 1.5% growth in save.
Yep.
The numbers vary a lot in save, more than you'd think. Our average percentage since the state took it over 14 years ago, cumulative, is 3.6%. So 3.6 next year, 3.6 on top of that. and so forth. That's the 14 year. Okay. The 5 year.
Hasn't it kind of dropped off recently? Like,
Yeah. The 5 year is actually around 5%, I think.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. But the last few years been kind of interesting. 2022 was up 10%, 10.5%. 2023 was down 2.2%. 2024 was up 9.7%. And although they estimated 3.8% for this year, it's a smidgen above 100%, 100.3%, based on the first 10 months that we've received money for. Okay, I point that out because it says, assume fiscal year 26, and I think you mean fiscal year 25 level, to use what we're anticipating this year, which is 13.15 per student, right?
It's 1368, I think, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1368. Yeah. So we're going to use this year as the base next year.
Yeah, so for a little bit of pessimism, they didn't inflate next year's at all.
Yeah.
Just chose to use this year's estimate, given where Lyle, what you just said about state seems to be at a plus or minus 100%. We're not, so that was just a conscious decision to try and build in a little caution there.
But that's a choice. You'll see some of them are at zero. But that's a judgment we as a board need to make, to say, what are we comfortable? That's probably not the right word. But what is a good judgment on what we think we'll receive from SAFE? The next one is when we have to, we've got this first bond, then we'll have the two intermediate bonds, but then the big bond, the second big SAVE bond, comes in 2030. So each of these cases, it says, okay, we're going to assume the next bond is 1% higher than what we've got right now. Right?
In, let's see, 5, 8, and 9, yes.
Yeah.
And 3.
Yeah. And just for reference, what we have right now is pretty much the 50-year average, I think. Aren't we right?
I'd have to do some calcs.
I think we're right in average. I mean, obviously the last 20 years it's been less, but it was a lot more before that. So I think we're pretty much on average. So we're putting a little bit of cushion in there. But then the next one is how many students? So 5 is minus 50 a year, 8 is minus 75 a year, and 9 is minus 100 a year. Now, if you look down at couple contribution, if we don't have enough money to afford, it comes into the fallback as a PEPAL.
Correct.
So none of these scenarios requires any PEPAL. The ones that would require PEPAL is if for the next 25 years, the SAVE stays at 1367 per year without any growth over the next, then we would have to rely on PEPAL. But those are the only two. I am a little bit curious. The outcome, if I look at line save cash available in fiscal year 31, there isn't much difference in 5, 8, and 9. In other words, whether we lose 50 kids a year, 75 kids a year, 100 kids a year, there's really not much difference there. Now it's only, 3 years, 4 years. So that's kind of understandable, but how does it affect the end game? how does it affect 2050?
So I just picked that date as, or those two dates to kind of illustrate the
Yeah,
post. We got all the financing, all the bonds sold now,
yeah.
but we could certainly add some more dates if you want to see a 2040, 2045, be easy to
Well,
do.
what it affects is, correct me if I'm wrong, the excess that starts to accumulate after 2030.
Yeah.
So if we lose fewer students, we end up with more excess money, over and above paying for the bonds, available money for new projects.
Yep, correct.
So I'm not seeing that here. Did you not calculate? Is that out on the sheet or am I missing it?
I didn't, in the summary, I don't show you all of the individual years. I just arbitrarily picked those 2 years.
Yeah, I guess if you could read, I'd be interested in year 50, if you will.
Sure.
What, because that's where the real difference is going to come based on whether we lose 50 a year, 75 a year.
Sure. And then we do have the calcs. They're
Yeah.
done. I just didn't add them to the summary
Anyway,
page.
I'd personally be interested in
Sure, no problem.
in seeing it actually by year, of course. How many we're going to have in 2035, how many 30, 40, but because this doesn't really show that big a difference, and there won't be in 3 years based on how many students we lose. But that's what I was talking about earlier. If we look at the trend line and we don't recover dropouts, we could be down 70 students this
Understood.
next year. So I think the minus 75 is probably the best. The best. And by the way, that study we did, enrollment study 2-3 years ago, that showed minus 85 a year. So kind of in that range, but it has to work. So if it works at minus 100 and it works at 1.5% annual increase in save with no backup PEPAL needed, this might change based on the interest rate in 2 days, but hopefully it won't change that much, right?
Absent something catastrophic, we should be looking at numbers that are very similar to what you're looking at.
Yeah.
So, but I'll make those changes in my next version that JT.
So does anybody else have, I mean, we kind of need to understand our confidence level.
So you're not just asking for like every year's calculations. You want to see what happens every year if we lose 10 kids over each year.
But that's what's in this, that's in,
Okay.
baked in is minus 50 each year.
I see.
Yeah. It's just not showing in the summaries.
Got it.
Yep.
Yeah, or minus 100 each year, or whatever.
Which would be
But,
I mean, figure 100 over 25 years.
I mean, we don't know what's safe, you know, and if all the cards fall the wrong direction, we lose 100 a year and the save doesn't go up at all. That's the risk, but it seems like a sensible.
I mean, 100 a year is pretty catastrophic. I mean, that's over 25 years. That's 20. We're taking this from 10,000 students to 7,500. You know.
And the offset there is if we do lose 100 kids a year, we won't be able to manage 2 high schools for very long. So it puts the burden on being as efficient as we can with one high school because you can manage the general fund better if you get in a situation where you're losing a lot of kids. So that's kind of how it shakes out. But yeah, we're gonna have to vote on this.
I'm sure there'll be some conversations in the next, not even 48 hours now.
But it looks pretty good. I mean, it's looking pretty good now. I'm
check my Palm Pilot.
I was afraid that
I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. So
I was afraid that bond yield was going to be more closer to 5, but
Yeah. And this is a good, yep, the numbers are a better sign than what we were looking at late last week. So
yeah.
We'll have more clarity tomorrow than we have today.
Yeah.
So we're going in the right direction.
you probably didn't hear my spiel, but they heard it. These two.
So in this, by the way, this $152 million expenditure, there is the 133, including the all-purpose court, all-purpose, what do we call it?
All-purpose
Multi-purpose field, the tennis courts, the locker room, the reinjection well are all in there. The motorized was not. It's only 160,000. The only comment that I had heard against that one was that you're motorizing something that might be a job for a kid to do. But
Could be, those are extremely heavy. It's a safety risk and they have to climb up high. So let's not do that.
all right, so the only thing that isn't in the 152 million is the 133, unless Zach added a lot to your 10. That includes 10.5 million owner provided for Zach. So everything is in here. 152 should cover everything except the contingency.
And we'll fund off those items as we move into next year and the year after based on actual board commitments. If you dip into the contingency, you decide you need to do X, Y, and Z. We have funding we're doing next year and the year after.
We don't have a normal contingency, but we've got the 650,000 that we probably won't spend on the well. That's in there. We've got the 350,000 we'll probably get from Mid-America. That can serve as a contingency. There actually is another $1.5 million in there. And then the last possible contingency, which is kind of an unknown, is the rebate for the energy, which could be like $4 million.
4 million. So let's cross our fingers on it all. So
so there's 5 or 6 million in sort of contingency,
Possible.
but not in the classical way you put it in.
Not guaranteed. So.
Yep. So we're good. And if there's any information that board members in the next couple of hours at this point, make sure you reach out as soon as you have those questions.
You might want to touch your
Reach out
here
to
at
them
this
there.
point.
And I want to go home and see my family.
Thank
I
you.
don't know about y'all.
See you Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim. All right, the next item, I can't believe we.
Do we need to vote it?
Oh, no, this is. Are we
No.
voting this? No. This is,
Okay.
Prioritizing.
okay. All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation, state aye.
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 Any opposed?
Abstain.
Jonathan's gone. So chair votes aye. Motion carried. That brings us to the next item on our agenda. Adjusted school start times for Cunningham School for Excellence. It is the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education approve the transition of Cunningham School for Excellence to an 8:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. bell schedule, which is consistent with all Waterloo Schools elementary buildings, and transitioning Cunningham from Tier 1 to Tier 2 busing schedule.
So moved.
Second.
And questions, I know. Excuse me, Dr. Smith can talk about this a little bit, and then I'm sure there'll be some conversation.
Yeah. If it was a little bit earlier, I would go into a little bit deeper detail. I'll give you the high level here. Cunningham has been the only elementary school that has had the early start since you might be in the board in the is it since 2000? Okay. So this is a second order. This is a big change for the Cunningham staff, students, and families. and we've polled them. My understanding is we've sent surveys a handful of times over the years, and each time the feedback has came back that they would love to keep that time. That's just ideal for the staff are used to it. There's just a lot of positives. The thing is we've gotten into here with cost savings and transportation especially is that there are opportunities for us to find cost savings with how and when we do busing. Right now, and we could go into detail, but you remember at our work session, we kind of talked about the imbalance of routes from tier 1 to tier 2. Tier 1 currently has roughly 10 more routes than tier 2. And remember, tier 1 is secondary in Cunningham. Tier 2 is elementary. So our goal, Zach's goal, Sarah, Mayor, myself, JT, we've been looking at ways to move buses from tier 1 to tier 2. The easiest way for us we've talked about some other things we've done. Remember, we're not busing Catholic or private school students. We're doing the west-east bow tie change, which is going to do some cost savings, but simply from moving Cunningham from tier 1 to tier 2, it saves 4 buses. We estimate each bus is roughly $112,000 a year that we're able to move. Lyle's got a little bit more accurate number on that, but roughly 112,000. So long story short, by moving those 4 buses from tier 1 to tier 2, 4 buses times 112,000, it's roughly about $448,000, $450,000 that we think we'll save. So again, we've talked at times tonight about cost savings, about, man, we wish we didn't have to cut certain positions. This is something that we did not, when we did all the budget reductions, we had the big, back in March, we knew some cost savings through transportation would be coming. This is another one of those cost savings that we are, it's not ideal for those students and staff. But when you look at the big picture, about saving $448,000, and you look at what staff, what the alternatives could be, we feel like this is a good option for us. So this would start next year. We've talked, it's been shared with Cunningham staff. They're aware that this vote was coming tonight. Again, I don't think anybody is excited for it, but they understand that this is something that a step that the district can take for cost savings.
I'm probably the Cunningham resident with this. I have a 3rd grader currently that attends Cunningham. I love the time. I love that, with that community and the purpose that it was put in place for in 2000, I believe it was. But we're in a different time now, and for me, I have to think of the district as a whole and being fiscally responsible in the position that I sit in. My wife was one that filled out the survey. I didn't. She opposed it. She opposed, but I understand. Just the sheer cost, and honestly, I wish this had been a conversation a couple of years ago, because I probably would have had the same thought, even if we weren't cutting positions or struggling financially. If I would have looked at this sheer amount of money at that time, I would have felt the same way that I feel right now. And that's just me being fiscally responsible, as I am in my own household, but for others' money as well, and for the district. So I'm 100% supportive of this. It's going to be a challenge, I know, for a lot of people in the community, myself as well, but I think the overall cost savings trumps everything in this situation for me. So, it basically broke down to the savings, the dollar amount in savings for me and my household. Okay, I can be the only one to speak because we all tired. So seeing no other comments or questions, All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carried. That brings us to the next item on our agenda. Administrative support salaries for 2025-2026. It is the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education approve the proposed salary increase for employees in the administrative support group for the 2025-2026 school year. Can we get a second?
Second.
We just put it on the table.
So who's define the group?
So administrative support, we have multiple bargaining groups. We went through AFSCME already, which is our food service and custodians. WEA would be our teaching group. WESP would be support staff. Administrative support would be the other group. Those could be anybody that's honestly not defined by those other groups or an administrative position. That would be all the staff in the HR office, the payroll office, the business office, all our interpreters. It's kind of anybody that doesn't fit into any of the other bargaining groups, all of our technology employees. Let me pull up my sheet here real quick and I can tell you how many employees we're talking about. So it'd be a group of 129 employees. Our building subs fit into this, transportation department, print services, some of our student support specialists fit into this category. That kind of give you an idea of the group that we're talking about.
Yeah, I was just trying to distinguish it from the salary fees.
Yep. So the salary freeze is just administrators.
Which includes who?
Principals, assistant principals, directors.
Okay.
What does this? So they asked me, was that last board meeting? Do we have a dollar amount, a range that we're talking yearly?
So it's different for every employee in this group because they all have.
That's what I mean. I mean total.
Oh, JT, do you have that? I don't have that pulled up at the moment. So the 3% on an hourly salary is going to be right around the 63 cents that it was for for AFSCME or our WESP folks.
Okay.
Obviously, that looks a little bit different for salaried employees.
So these are salaried, right? That's what
Some of them are hourly, some of them are salaried.
Okay. And do you know what like the top of the pay range is for this group?
There are a couple people that are honestly in the $90,000 pay range, but that's because the group spans all the positions.
Right.
So we have some people that are hourly making $18 an hour. We have
Right.
some people that are salaried making $90,000 an hour.
Okay.
That's about 150,000 overall.
I don't want to put anybody on the spot. Was there any conversation and I think okay. I think you answered it.
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah.
But no, we did not engage in that conversation because we've I can say traditionally done raises by groupings, by their bargaining group. The admin support does not have a bargaining group. They are just at-will employees. So we did not engage in that conversation.
Okay. All right. You read my mind. Okay.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
Yep.
Because this has come up before, probably not the last 2 or 3 years, but this was a conversation that we had, and they were kind of standalone. And
if that's something the board would like to look at, we can absolutely do that moving forward. I was trying to follow past practice, but in the future, we can absolutely look at that.
And I think the concern is we just want to be consistent.
Yep.
We want to be consistent with, the conversation that we've been having at cost savings. But I do know this group doesn't have negotiating,
Correct.
the negotiation as the WESP and the WEA and
They don't have that avenue. It's just what we got.
Yep. And I think that was the conversation when we talked about this a few years back.
So we did do 3% with WEA and WSPs.
Correct.
SP
And the
rate.
WEA group got 3% on their base, which was already negotiated in a
Right.
previous agreement.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I
Chief.
was just gonna say, the budget that we just approved was included 3% for this group as well, just so you're aware.
And so, I think we had talked about with the next negotiation that might look different. And so this group, then at that point, we could try to keep that consistent.
It would be the same idea for all of our employee groups going for next year. Yep.
Okay.
And that I can say that we've kind of put that out when we've had staff meetings here at the ESC. I've presented it to my staff as well, and we've kind of talked about this because all those salaries come through our office too. So I'm kind of letting them know what that's going to look like, or at least the conversations that will likely happen for next year.
Okay.
Or,
Thank you.
sorry, not for next year, but for 26, 27.
Okay.
What group is the para-BIS group? Is that the ASME?
That's WESP.
So that's WESP.
Yep.
Okay. We'll get the rate. Okay. All right. Any more questions, comments? So all those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation, state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carried. That ends our action items for the evening, and now on to the. We would have never thought that this would take. And now on to the superintendent's report.
I'll keep it quick here. So don't forget Wednesday night we'll be coming back. Are we meeting here? I'm guessing, right? Thursday. Thank you to Lyle, Astor, and Stacy for coming to our transportation conversations. And then the exciting thing is Pam is going to be setting up some we call brown bag lunches or snacks. Where we're going to go over some assessment data with you. We should have had one tonight, right? So we're super excited. I don't want to, again, it's late. I don't want to, but just like Brandy said, some real exciting data that's coming back. Stacy, I shared some of that in our one-to-one. I showed her 12 data points, and in all 12, we've gone up. So I will use that as a teaser for the brown bag lunches. Thank you.
All right, and now to board. Let's start with Director Knight.
No additional comments tonight.
Director Cox. Director Matlock.
I had a whole thing, but I'll just keep it. I'll keep the Cliff Note version. I want to thank Tina, teacher librarian from Carver. We had 14 students at Wartburg College a couple weeks ago. Their book club came up and did a discussion with our Black Student Union on campus. They read the book Piecing Me All Together. They had an awesome time. They did College 101 Middle School Edition. They did the top best things about Wartburg College. And then I think the best part they like is eating in the cafeteria. But they had a really good time, and I'm looking forward to next year. May is a year of celebration, so I just want to say, teacher appreciation. Thank you to all our teachers, the Gold Star teachers, fellow board members. Thank you. Loving the lunchbox already. Appreciate that. I want to also say I love the signing days. I mean, especially the one they had at Lowell with the kindergarten roundup. I think it's important for us to celebrate even the little things, because that's investing in our kids' education. High school graduations coming up, celebration of any retirements. But I want us to also remember our mission statement and make sure remember that we're educating the whole student at all times. And any decisions that we make, we need to make sure we're educating the whole student. And I appreciate Principal Welch, what she was talking about tonight, and she was talking about educating the whole student. She talked about celebration, building those relationships, setting those goals. And so everything was spot on. Carver culture, that is spot on. I'm loving all of that. So this is why I enjoy being on the board, is for those celebrations. And I'm keeping hope up. I know there's a lot of stuff that we have to deal with, and there's some tough decisions we have to make, but I'm staying hopeful in all of the celebration and everything that we do. So thank you all.
Thank you, Director Matlock. Director Ewing.
Congratulations to the West High Concert Band and Symphonic Band and the East High Band, all three of which got Division I ratings at festival contest, and were wonderful, absolutely great. Another plug for East High Band. Actually, the entire music department's concert is in the amphitheater tomorrow at 5 o'clock. It'll be choir, orchestra, and then band. They're having the Bringing the Chi food truck there for dinner, so that's super cool. And then West High had its 6th and 7th grade students from its feeding junior highs in to do a full city concert, a half city concert a couple weeks ago. East High's version is Wednesday at 1 o'clock in the main gym. I'm definitely going to go. The 6th graders, the 7th graders, and I think on this side, the 8th graders get a chance to hang out with the high school band students all day and play with them and get to know them, and then do a concert for their parents in the community in the gym. So that's going to be super awesome Wednesday at 1. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Director Ewing. Director Mills.
Just real quickly, I wanted to thank all the young people who've been writing to us in support of the Hoover Track and Field. Please know that we hear you. We appreciate hearing your voices. This project is not off the table by any means. We're just taking a harder look at how we spend our money right now and moving slowly as we do so. And as you know, you do at home when the bank account gets a little lower, you got to be a little more careful about where you spend it and be a little more planful. So I appreciate it, and I continue to look forward to hearing from you all.
Thank you, Director Mills. Director Schmidt.
Just 3 quick items. One is the greenhouse ribbon cutting was a great success. I haven't heard how much they took in, but there was a lot of
How
plants.
much my wife spent.
Thanks for contributing. And then I also went to the signing day at the Career Center. That was a really good event. And I don't know how many kids, there must have been 60 kids maybe. And about 70% of them, or 35% probably went to UNI, had UNI plans. They all had a plan, which is what our goal was. And about another 35% probably went to Hawkeye, and then a scattering of other places. But Iowa State beat Iowa 5-1. So there's 5 going to Iowa State, so I was glad to see that. And then just to piggyback on what, we know Hoover needs a track. And that's why we brought it before the board. It's just that right now, as you said, we really need to know we have the money. We're scrutinizing things more than we ever did before since the tax increase. So we're just trying to be really, really good stewards of the taxpayer money. And as soon as we see some daylight, we'll bring it back.
Thank you, Director Schmidt. Real quick, I had a long spiel that I was gonna talk about the Hoover Track project. First, I want to thank all the Carver culture and Becker for coming to present to us on the board and give us a lot of great things that they're doing into their buildings. The students that came, as Director Matlock said, that's the celebrations, and especially celebrations like those are the reason why we smile sometimes sitting in these seats. It's not an easy job. This is Board Recognition Month. So I do want to thank each and every one of you as board members for all the time that you sacrifice and, the studying that you do, the information that you have to vote on, staying here till 9:24, 9:25 p.m., takes away from your family and other things that you could be doing. So I definitely want to acknowledge and appreciate each one of you, Pam, as well. So get that out the way. Regarding the Hoover track, I'll get an opportunity to speak with the class that sent the letters to the board. I know you've received multiple of them, so I'll go speak with them on Wednesday. So if I call y'all or send a message to you, make sure you come running and make sure you have my back. I don't know what they're gonna have in store for me, but I think when you have people reach out to you, especially the young people, I count it a blessing to be able to explain, how I utilize my vote and my thought process. I promise I won't throw anybody under the bus during this situation, but I have to agree with them. I was an advocate for both the Bunger and Hoover fields to be done. I'm still advocate for it. Over the course of a couple of years, I know one of, just going back to Ms. Nettie's letter that she wrote to the board, I witnessed a young person break his leg during a football game at one of those two fields. So I understand adequate facilities. I understand, that can help enhance participation. When you have something or that looks good and looks nice, it makes you work a little bit harder. But I do want people to be mindful that you have to have that same energy for all areas. I don't want to, say that, one side versus the other side, but we had two areas that facilities were depleted. So the same energy that we hold one area in high regards, we also have to make sure we do the other. Like I said, if it changed and the funding for some other things, the transportation, I would love to put the Hoover track and field project on last week's board agenda. I don't think that we're not going to do that. I'm confident that we're going to do it, and as soon as we possibly can. So like I said, I'll get an opportunity to talk to those young people, and I'm very appreciative of them reaching out and articulating their thoughts and feelings in a way that makes me proud to be to sit in this seat. I do want to give you a couple of updates on dates. May 26th, Memorial Day, there will be no board meeting. All offices and buildings will be closed. We'll be in this room on Wednesday, May 14th at 5 p.m. Expo ALC graduation is May 27th at 6 p.m. at Expo High School on Independence Avenue. West High graduation will be at 6 p.m. on May 28th at the McLeod Center on UNI's campus. East High's graduation will be 6 p.m. May 29th at the McLeod Center on UNI's campus. June 4th will be the last day of school. We only have one board meeting in the month of June scheduled for now, and that'll be June 9th in this board meeting. In this boardroom, excuse me. It's late. We'll get out of here by 9:30, hopefully. So, does anybody have anything else? Seeing nothing else, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. We're adjourned.